choque-les. Ouais, choque-les, choque-les, choque-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils m'étrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Vise que la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
Well, if that intro doesn't get you hype, I don't know what will. Hopefully today, the semi-finals will deliver. There is no doubt about it. CAG and Scars, we see them for the first time in the playoffs format. Both teams have been going head-to-head throughout the league stage. They've both looked incredibly sharp. And now Kinotrope and Crest try their best to upset. That is the only way I can say it, because it's going to have to be an upset. Hap and Fluke join me for two best of threes today. It's just fun. Hap, how you doing, mate? It was an early rise to you yesterday and today, but surely we're out here.
Today is better than yesterday. Yesterday my alarm went off at like 4 a.m. Today was, 6:30, 6 a.m. So it's way better in that case. I'm very excited for the games. Like Scars and CAG have been teams that, I've been personally like a fan of in the entire regions. Like if any of the teams would do well, it would be them. And Cyclops have some real funny guys on the team, so it's always fun to see them.
Some real funny guys. God damn. Fluke, welcome back to yet another broadcast. Semi-finals day is always a banger.
Oh, funny guys everywhere, really. I love the upbeat, super hype anime at 6 in the morning. I'm super excited to get into it. Like, you have expectations of how today is going to go. It could be two duos. It's down to two teams to prove us not really, and that's the excitement of today.
It certainly is. Let's get underway with the bracket, showcase where we're at. Of course, yesterday we saw 3 best of 3s. All of the games on the left-hand side of your screen have been played. Enterforce went 2-1. Or lost 2-1, I should say, to Kinotrope. Little bit unfortunate. Look, Enterforce, they got a decent map 1 in, and then they just got absolutely trounced. Only 5 rounds in the final 2 maps. We then saw Crest clean the floor with Exist. Bit of a closer game, but unfortunately Exist had to bow out and force themselves into the qualifying match, which is also known as the 5th place match. They did a fair decent job, a 2-0 over Enterforce, and realistically, Enterforce came into this the lesser of all teams. They made it in on the final play day, beating out Vitae, an incredibly crucial match. But we turn our attention, of course, to today's matches. We've been talking about them a little bit. We'll get underway with the Cyclops and Kinotrope game in a bit. But Fluke, I'm going to come back to you here and just talk about the Scars Crest matchup. Like, we always want to believe that the underdog has an opportunity, but I feel like in APAC, Japan's probably the one place where the top 2 teams, there's just really, it's really hard to create a storyline around Crest beating a team like Scars.
I'm going to do my best.
Please.
Here I go. They played better yesterday than they have across the whole league, Crest. They were on the up and up. They were able to take care of Exist, and then Exist bounced back the next game and it absolutely demolished Enter Force 36. There's some hope that Crest can tie into that idea of, look, you know, everything was going wrong for us. We had terrible stage 1. We weren't even fighting for this sort of situation. We have nothing to lose and everything to gain. At this point, you just swing for the bleachers, right? You just try and throw yourself into it, see how deep you can make the run. And I think with this conversation with Scars, I'm not going to say they're going to go be complacent. They never really are. They're a great team, and they know how limited spots are from the Japanese region to get onto the major scene, which they want to keep enjoying. You get a taste. You're hooked. You want to keep going. You want to see Montreal. Even though it's French Canada, you want to see Montreal. And that's the hope here for Scars, but I think maybe Crest. Maybe. They can get a little bit of magic.
You know what? I feel like if any team's going to cause an upset, for me it's Kinotrope. I really feel like Scars have it under lock and key. I know, yes, they did technically drop a map throughout the best of 1 stage, also known as the league stage, just to clarify. But Kinotrope, for me, they have something special when it comes to best of 3s. Yesterday, they stumbled a little, and then they instantly got back into that game. They locked in, and there was no second chances. There were no guesswork about it. Milosh has gone for both underdogs, as well as James Dev Marta Stewart. Now, whether they've actually given their predictions or not, I'm pretty sure Milosh might still be. Look, I'm just going to say.
To them.
Yeah, you talked to them
this morning.
Yeah.
I go, James, Milosh, old buddies, old pals. What do you think? And they said, if Kinotrope and Crest don't win this, we'll sell our houses. Yep. We'll eat my hat. James
I did
said
hear that.
Specifically, he would eat his hat. So
yes. I heard he was going to eat a boot. So
yeah. It was a boot and a hat.
Oh, both at the same time.
It's like you can't just go straight in.
Yeah,
it's like a starter, right?
The hat's kind of like second breakfast. I get that. I understand.
Yeah.
It's important.
It's, you know, how's you going?
It does. I
thought it was just an Australian thing at first.
No. Well, kind of. We are fake after all. You got to remember that we're all paid actors. Hence why we're only online shows. You barely ever see us in studio because it's all fake, Emmy.
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah, some do. Now, obviously, there's always storylines in an underdog matchup, but for me, as I said, this is the one where I feel most confident. CAG have had a lot of stumbles, they've had a lot of pitfalls over the last couple of years, and unfortunately, it's led me to not fully believing in them always having the upper hand. I feel as though this match, for me, in my eyes, it's somewhat on even playing terms. Yes, CAG will always come into it the favorite, but once we get to best of 3s, that's where we realistically need to start diving into it. Second versus third. Now, the big difference that we really want to talk about when we're talking about this matchup in isolation is the fact that in best of 1s, CAG won 2 additional games over Kinotrope. So Kinotrope came in with a -3 round differential in third place, which to me, Emmy, I mean, that's mind-blowing. I just don't understand how you can finish in third place and have a -3 round differential. I guess it just goes to show what Japan has to offer in the BO1 stage.
It's real, you know, it's like a Baywatch, right? It's top-heavy down here. And... Yep. There's both teams at the top, Scars and Osaka, plus 28, plus 25. No one else was able to get positive at all. Kinotrope being able to get third is great, but this is maybe this moment where we start to see just how big that divide is between second and third.
Yeah.
Because you might be able to do some distance. In a best of 3, that might not look so bad, being second and third. There's always ways to look at statistics, but how you get there, I don't know. If it's a close run race everywhere else and you fail this one, I just don't know.
I'd love to say, hot damn, look at that attack and defense percentage. Like that's, I mean, in isolation, in a boiler, that is absolutely absurd. Then you go back and look at the difference between Scars Stage 1 and Scars Stage 2, and you start, not Scars, sorry, CAG. You start to really get a picture as to what what they've been able to achieve. Now, this is what we were referencing before when we were talking about the league stages. There's only been one loss for CAG, which everyone, I think now, looking back at it, is just absolutely baffled by. They opened up the league to a 7-3 loss to Vitae. I mean, that in itself just doesn't seem right.
Especially, like, Vitae, there was always a lot of hope there for Vitae, I think. And whether it's just because they're fun to watch, they're exciting players, or it's just Dez and Tim were very much on the Vitae train. And that first game happens, and you're like, oh no, Osaka, this same thing again, and then this. But then they just come back from it, and they so consistently top of the board, and you're thinking, where the hell does this come from Kagasaka? Because they're a great team over history, one of the best teams from this region over history.
Yep.
But not this level of performance.
No. This was a shock to me. I really didn't expect to see that kind of run throughout the BO1s. And of course, look, Kinatrope for me, I think they did exactly what we expected them to do. Maybe the loss to exist, you could really point out and go, that's a bit of a strange one. A 7-1 loss, like a loss to them, yes, but to lose in such a fashion, that's a bit of a concern. However, the losses to both CAG and Scars, I think you could go anywhere from 7-1 to 7-5 loss, and it would pretty much make sense because, of course, these teams are the dominant forces and have been in Japan for such a long time. I probably look to the last two play days for Kinatrope where I really start to maybe get a bit more of clarity. You know, they kind of denied Vitae that opportunity to head to playoffs direct in play day 6. And then, of course, the 7-5 win to Father's Back still raises a couple of concerns for me, but when you go back and have a look at the stage, it was competitive. Japan in the mid pack to the bottom pack, it's starting to get a little bit better. It's not a clear, defined kind of line anymore, which I'm happy about, but regardless, I am happy to see that Kinatrope have made their way into playoffs, and they're in the semifinals against CAG. These are the storylines we love to try to bring to you. Let's have a look at the matches, of course, that have been played throughout the past. To give you a bit more context, we've seen every single game go CAG's way. There was only one map that was won. That's all the way back in the Japan Last Chance qualifiers. If anyone remembers that game, it was hot, it was heavy, it was very unfortunate because we had Kinatrope play 3 back-to-back games in the final play day to make it almost to the grand final and head to Manchester. They just missed out. But at the end of the day, this team is still going to go in heavy underdogs. I mean, Emmy, looking at these matches, like, really the best of ones are interesting because it's 7-2, a 7-2, and a 7-1 loss. Like, that's pretty dramatic.
I think this is the sort of strange pace of Kagasaka, and sometimes it's a playstyle difference, obviously, going up against a team like Kagasaka and seeing that when you can make magic against certain teams, you can. Aside of the 33% Skyscraper on this, so we're really going to see Skyscraper in a minute. I've got a good feeling about it. And look at this. I mean, but it's also, I don't know, you can't put any weight in Kagasaka because they're always their own worst enemy. They always have.
They are. It's just the worst storyline. It's always so hard when you watch CAG. You want to love them, Emmy. You want to give them everything.
Oh, 100%.
But it's just like they just fall short in their own. It's their own downfall. That's the unfortunate part. We go to Border to kickstart this one. I am really keen to see Border because I think Kinatrope have a very explosive playstyle, and on Border the hits are direct. They're fast-paced if you can make them. And Kinatrope is the team that I think will start to manipulate that conversation a little bit. Now, having a look just very quickly at CAG, their first preference is Border. Now, I don't know how much weight I put into preferences, especially after best of one stages. So, look, I think they'll be prepared for that. Clubhouse is our second map, and then Skyscraper, which you were just talking about, Emmy, to decide. Little excited. As that's the decider. I feel as though we will need a decider here.
Okay, maybe, right? And I think in the context, in the way you look at statistics, in the way that you look at this game compared to maybe the Scars game later on, if one of them is going to go to a third map, it's probably going to be this one. But because of that, you're bringing in the idea of, you know, Osaka might start to struggle, might start to, I'm not going to say F things up, but they have those moments where those rounds slip away from them. They haven't been able to be that consistently great team before. They're good on border. It's a great step in. If they can bring that energy, they might be able to translate it across. Kinotrope, yesterday, although technically they smashed the last 2 maps, being pushed to 3 maps against Enterforce 36, I think people would say that's a bit under par for that team.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think that, like, when, again, it's really difficult, isn't it? Because, like, when you look back at some of the performances in Japan, there are a couple of performances that really make you scratch your head. You wonder how some of these teams have lost to, we'll just say, the underdogs in their storyline. That's always been one of the fundamental stories of Japan. I think all the way back to, like, I'm going to go for a throwback right now and say the RJC, which happened like in 2020, 2021. That really started to set the tone for me for Japan, which is, hey, we've always known CAG was probably the dominant force. And then it started to change a lot. Like APAC North, they started to slip away in the standings. They started to underperform. And then it kind of, it almost birthed this new discussion in Japan specifically about underdog storylines and how impactful some of these underdogs are in these games. But the thing that I really want to make sure everyone has the context of is that the top team is always, if they lose, it's generally always their fault. That's the problem, is they always are their own worst enemy. We've talked about it a million times over. And this is where CAG really have to wipe that slate clean. We're going into the second stage right now. And yes, they did make Manchester, but only narrowly. Only narrowly did they beat out Kinotrope, who were on a three series back-to-back continuous journey, I would say, on the final day of Last Chance qualifiers. So really our attention needs to be brought to the here and now. I'm going to ask you, Emmy, it's a blanket question. Who you got in this series now that you've seen the vetoes?
I'm still going to say Karagasaka. I'm hoping that they set their performance up better than it was before. I'm hoping that they bring a bit more energy than they did before. And I'm thinking that they're going to be a bit more locked in than they were before. Obviously, as you sort of highlighted there, you know, there was a big day where Kinotrope could have made magic happen. Yep. Maybe if they didn't have to play so many games in a day, they would have. But life's not about if, buts, and maybes, mate. You know?
Depends who you are, I guess. Because it depends who you are, you know? I'm not gonna go down that route because I will probably never come back to broadcast if I do. But look, we're gonna go to a very short break. You don't want to go anywhere because on the other side, the first semi-final of this day kickstarts.
Find Hap, please. Welcome, welcome, welcome into the first map. Thank you for bearing with us. Do we have a hat?
Oh, I don't know what happened out there.
We believe so.
Tossed into the
went
void.
Missing. Thought as soon as he was off camera, he could just walk away. We don't know where he went.
I don't know where my camera went.
Where do you go, Hap?
See, obviously I'm here speaking. I just don't know what happened to my feed, my camera feed. It's
Yeah,
it's
but
funny
also
'cause
we
I said
didn't
beforehand,
talk to
prepare
you for a while
yeah.
as well.
Well, I mean,
Just me
Yeah.
and Rob.
I wasn't Discord. I could hear you. I could hear the entire discussion. I just couldn't speak back on the
You just didn't have anything
program feed.
to add.
I didn't have anything to add, so just
Nothing
like
to
yeah,
say.
just let these.
What
let
do
these
you
two
What
fix
do you
it.
want to say now? We've got our Bands Clash gone, Monty gone, Ying and Azami. Pretty straightforward, although the keeper barricade being removed used to be a lot more common. She got, I'm gonna say nerf with a big asterisk, because although it was said as a nerf, it wasn't really a nerf, but the meta just shifted a little bit around her. She's good on this map, you can get the extensions and things like that, but I wouldn't say the most defining factor. What are your thoughts, opinions?
First of all, the Monty is nothing surprising. The shields are in a very, very good state right now. So you just don't want to deal with it. And of course, still gives the opportunity for a Blitz or a Fuse Shield, but like those are just a little bit less popular than the Montaigne itself. The Kali is the one that I'm more curious about actually being used here. Of course, you can hold off some of these long angles, but also said if it's just for getting a breach open, there's better alternatives.
Ooh, there's the first take. Sharip is gone. Almost immediately there. Popped in, killed a mirror, popped out. Job's done. Don't need to think about anything else at that. Very early. Lead in for a Finker entry in a second there. Okamesh gets the deep drop on towards Black Gray. Inside security, they have the pings and the cams. They know where everybody is. At this point, I'm gonna say 2 kills without entering the map. There was obviously a slight bit of entering. But they're really not having to extend. What do you really do here from CAG? You blinked and you've lost 2 people and you haven't even seen a chance to fight.
Of course, this map is all about like taking aggressive fights, right? Like it's just constant action that's usually going on. But this was a bit extreme, maybe. Still have the sites that you're supposed to focus on, and especially that top floor. It's quite a long and strong position you could play around. So you want to make sure that you're using those well. One of them, of course, is out here around 90 corridor, inside the CCTV. This basically stops the main breach from really being utilized, but it's just sneaking up the main stairs. Not a kill to come through. It's only up to Anaton now with his SMG-11. Gets 1. Brings it back to a 1v2, but won't last much longer than that. Team kill even into the mix for Kinetro, but very odd round where Cyclops was just completely being dispatched. There's no trades going on. There's no one there even to attempt having that bit of teamwork to come through. It's an odd round.
It's a strong start in some ways for Kinentrope, though. They've been able to set the pace on what is a very aggressive map here, and we sort of talked about before this the possibilities of what they can achieve, how it was hard fought last time. They weren't able to make it all the way because, or maybe it's they had to play a huge series. Huge series back to back to back. On any other day, one less series that they had to play, maybe they would have been the team that sort of made the major. Maybe it wouldn't have been the story it was, but at this point, you can't always sort of feel yourself onto that.
Now, just the first round. No reason to panic yet, but it was a quite odd one. It's not something that you want to keep up for too long, so this is something that they'll have to nip in as quickly as they can. Kinetro, of course, if you can keep up the pace, you can keep being disruptive here and catch them off guard, of course. Go for it. Keep that up. Good info. However, Twitch drone gets lost towards the Legion. Nothing really to be found on the back of that, so bit of lost utility. The information's there, but I want to follow up on it. Valkyrie very aware of the fact that cameras might be above, looking to take one of those first engagements again. You don't want that to go away from you again.
Their first step on the road to maybe getting themselves close towards a major. Or obviously they played, what, 3 best-of-3 series. Last time in the lead up to Manchester, it was stopped at the end by Cyclops. All in one day, 9 maps, an exhausting run of Siege, and they've got to try and make sure they can face today where they have the opportunity of only playing 1 and then back towards 1. It's throwing C4. At least going to come off the back of a well-played first kill. Drop Yukis. Themselves the removal of one of the hard breach. There is obviously the safety of Okamesh, and it isn't the most necessary thing on a map like Border. You can get a couple of slots and angles, but otherwise, the sort of reliance on that heavy destruction isn't as necessary for the points and places. The slow roll over the top here, force that vertical, that's the focus. How can they encircle on players now with a man disadvantage?
That's a big question. It's a very back and forth map, and all dealing with the mirror windows is definitely not going to be helpful here either. Basically locking out the entirety of the east area of the map. These stairs, rather. Whilst there is a little bit of pressure down in CCTV, nothing really much to be done now, I say, as Kawa's inside the top floor here, trying to take some of those fights. A little bit of damage here and there, but a drop back towards the side from the defenders has come through as one gets caught off.
Still keep themselves one step ahead. There's sort of a couple of engagements that happen at the same time. They lose Black Grey, they lose the Legion, they lose some of the power there, but getting at least the drop on towards Twitch and Kawa. It means Kinotrope cannot keep building, cannot keep building. They still have to play with this man disadvantage. There's good information that leads to a good take. Siren Echo is gone. Suddenly a 3 versus 3, but with 20 seconds, everything has to be picked up. Play with a little bit more pace. The drop and the catch, you can see Kagasaka, they've given them a little bit of extra space here. They're letting them go for the drop. They're going to try and close down back onto it. The rolls in the cover to make sure they don't get caught by a C4. The hop in cover as well. When's the execute? When's the reapplication? There's the cover. There's the pick back up. Going for the plant again, but out of time. They just have to circle him around. There it is. Going to pull off the plant itself. Kagasaka, they played that one slower. They made sure it was theirs.
Still some like unnecessary loss of life in one of those situations out there. Again, good information from Kinotrope and good acting on that information. But I felt like they might have been a bit, you know, still too loose when they had that man advantage and the time was starting to tick down. So, you know, something they can tidy up on. But the round is theirs nonetheless. This was a great pick, by the way. A lack of information on the attack side allowed the player to stay tucked in there and break. That combined with, of course, the Valkyrie cameras that were on site made for a great opening entry there. So, all from that. That's also why, you know, if you wonder and you're playing around, like, why is Valkyrie getting banned so much still? It's just that information is so powerful. And on some maps more than other. I guess in Border there's a lot of places you can hide those cameras. Same for Chalet. We always say, you know, with all the plants that are out there, it's just a pain having to scan all of that. Some other maps are not as, you know, friendly towards the extra information to that case. I'm not, like, in the same extent as is for others. Valkyrie's open and thus being used. And you saw the use out there. Just gives you that extra edge when you want to take those fights.
One apiece, all even up. The Blitz is now on the board to see if they can try and smash their way down towards fence. And the opposite end, they have this extension. Shurip, inside detention, gives you a little bit more width and wiggle room. You can keep pressure up. Seems like Yukis wants to drive against this, but limited hard breach this time. No Thatch, just instead it'll likely be a bit of destruction over the top. Bounce the grenade over, and I assume the bandit will get caught out. Can't see that the drone is underneath those irritating plastic bits, but it's a waste of utility. It's a ability to draw them in, pay some attention. Whether it pays dividends is how much they can slow them down. They did before in the previous round. Kinotrope quite able to match the pace that Kagasaka wanted to play around. There's also some pressure towards Anaton on the archive side. Oh! Throws a C4 and gets dropped by a blitz that's round the corner on Fountain. Gets one, goes for the second. At the same time, Chibisu gets at least something out of it, but suddenly Cyrenaica and Shuriep are alone in the fight. They're trying to get some aggressive retake. Misses the firefight. Kawa gets it confirmed. And here, I said they wanted a bit of vertical. Apparently, they've refused to let go of it.
Very aggressive push out there over the top floor, and everybody out there as well. No one really playing on the side itself. Everything decided on that top floor. And for a while it was going quite well for Cyclops, and I was going to bring up the point, like, do you want to open up the tension? Is it really worth it? You said it's like a utility waste, but it's still like a consideration that is being made. And then as they were challenging on the window, the Blitz just suddenly rushes in, gets a free kill, knocks down a second. No one there anymore to try and provide that support, and round quickly goes Kinotrope's way. There's no information this time. Like, no Valkyrie cam. Didn't have any, like, traps out there to slow a eventual push coming down from the office entrance.
2-1. Kinotrope, they're making sure that this isn't a fight that starts to escape. And the pressure hot here. Obviously, Border was their map pick. And wanting to lead on the attack as well. I mean, I'm a little bit surprised. Oh, I say wanting to lead on the attack. They're leading on the attack. I assume Kagasaka had the choice, but I forget actually that that changed sometimes, and I can't remember if it changed back or not. You used to have the choice.
Sorry, what?
Do you just not listen to me, Hap?
I was quickly looking up something, but it's like, I don't know if you have the, like, if they changed back or not, but like, what changed back?
The choice of choosing whether you start an attack or defense based on the series is a choice.
Right? It is still a choice, yes.
Okay. I don't know, but starting on their attack makes sense because it is Border and they're able to get themselves off to a good start. I know that. Sort of say they're bringing the Kali. Get a bit of a crossfire here. They're not going for the pretty convincingly standard play of tucking in with the shield, getting the plant just by the door there, as we saw quite a few times. Everywhere but Ren yesterday a lot. Instead, see if they can take control of the map as they did before the fights from outside. Black Grey caught out in break room. Another early kill of a Kagasaka player that just did not know they were being watched.
And he just crouched for a while as well, stood up the moment he wanted to take the fight. Instantly, his head got removed. So, some good responses here coming out from Kinotrope. Really making sure that they're giving Cyclops that run for their money. Whilst they are, of course, you know, favored in terms of the fact, you know, they were 6 points over in the actual standings. They are a long-standing name. And then, yes, changes have been made over the seasons, over the stages. But you saw it in the graphic beforehand. Only a single map has been lost to Kinotrope so far. Daniels below. A great roam clear. Just a great entry altogether. The fact that, like, that Vendetta just opens up a floor, like a hole in the floor with just a single shot as well, is such a, like, a powerful thing to have. As it also allows you to go for some great verticality, and that's often when you see them play below, try and get some scans, give the information to their teammates, and maybe even try and go for a wallbang or two. As the wall has been opened up slightly.
40 seconds left, though, and this is where things are starting to turn into a little bit more of the round two. Kagasaka, they've put the pressure on towards the pace, they've slowed everything down, they're eyeing up Hero Break towards the main armory wall, see if they can slip their way in. The concern of the Deimos playing these games underneath, if they can get the catch as soon as they pop their head into the angle, well, the Deimos doesn't feel safe. You assume they're going towards AC window. Draw some focus away from the main push coming into the armory wall, but with 15 seconds, whatever they do, they got to do it a little bit sharpish. There's the catch, there's the push all the way in, there's the swing round, but he misses the first firefight. Cyrenaica gets it even, there's the drop onto the door, and ooh, it's a 1 versus 2. They're going to scramble to pick up the kit. Now it's just a 1 versus 1. Has to find the cover player, but he can't. One out there with the secondary, but you could not have cut that round any closer, Kinotrope.
Just waited for such a long time and then having to execute because there's no more time left to go for an execute. Started the plant as well, and Cyclops going for a tactical timeout, and I think that's the right call because they're just losing the early game. And then it just continues to snowball into that late round because, I mean, it was a 4v5. It was 15 seconds left. In general, you'd say, okay, that's still pretty good, you know, odds for the defense to go through. And for a while it was, until the person from the metal stairs just went up and managed to get a bunch of kills. Make sure that that plank could go down at the last very second. So what do you talk about? Maybe, like, do you want to be more aggressive in the start? See if you can try and go for spawn peaks, or you do the opposite and dig in more, which on a map like Border would sound a bit weird in times.
They've had their conversation, they've had their chance to talk at this point, they've just got to play the rest of Border out. It was very last minute. I think it's fair to say you can see the Deimos was trying to push the half-wall position and then had to rotate and only just sort of sprinted into the site. It did enough because it drew attention. Moving in from this, they obviously got the chance to have the conversation before they went to this site. They didn't know specifically it would be this one, but it's the site that Kinotrope have lost. Part of that did come down towards the time. The Blitz was on the board to use where the Kali was a second ago. If they can try and lead their way in, there's not going to be a quick rush on towards the Goyo canistered windows there, and I'm wondering if that's what the Blitz wants to do. You're looking at the Finker, you're looking at the play here, the call and the cover, the absolute potential demolition, but if they don't get rid of the Goyo, you're going to have a horrible time with it.
Yeah, that's going to be like an instant kill if you bash through that. Stand inside there. There's no way you're going to be able to get back out at that point. If he is trying to... Oh, what? Was that a wallbang?
Oops.
Again, that's not a way you want to start off a round right after a tactical timer. Was that a wallbang? I think it was.
Also worth noting, when these two teams did last meet in those playoffs for Manchester, Border was one of the maps that Kagasaka took. And already Kinotrope have done better than they did last time. They only got 2 rounds. We were here 4. Here's the C4, catches the second, misses the Blitz that's all the way in deep, but doesn't want to accidentally get caught on the wrong side of the smoke. They have the pings on a couple of players, but the Warden can see if he moves slowly. There's the knife, but the Blitz plays it, but look behind you, Blitz. No, Shuriep didn't swing round, didn't offer support to Chibisu. Okamesh is able to find 2 1 versus 1s out of a 2 versus 1, but it's quickly ended by the end of it, and there's Shuriep. At least getting that revenge, and then one more. Tacked on a 2 versus 2. Mesh was gifted one of the kills. The Mozzie suffers a bit on the firefight. Drops out. Has the Lion. That's the same, and Yukis wasn't quite in a position to punish it. But they're playing with very thin margins here.
Fully aware now of where Shuriep is, so Yukis has a great opportunity to take him out as soon as he swings down that hallway. It's just a question of where is that Mozzie? Does that drop through? That's a big danger, a big unknown right now, but they're right next to each other. One in the hallway, the other one on the close corner. And his rotations are starting to come through, but Yukis is about to come in as well, and the drop is there, Emmy. Gonna try and get it. The diffuser's down on the ground, but Mozzie swings in for 1. And brings it only down to the Dokkaebi.
They had the right idea, but they couldn't quite get themselves in, and now, I said it before, it was 2 1 versus 1s out of a 2 versus 1, and here they've suffered the same thing. The blind comes out, the pre-fire, there's the catch onto 1, look for the second, they know exactly where he is, 9 seconds. They're gonna hunt for the kill. He's trapped in Passport, and they can't win it out, Shuri. From what was 1 slip-up of not being able to support on the Blitz to 3 kills, I think they'll be happy with that.
I think the reason why he wasn't able to support was the fact that, of course, the rotation was faultable. like if you vault and there is someone still on the window, you know, it might be an instant kill at that point. So he might have been a bit like hesitating whether or not he could actually go for it safely. But it almost went very wrong, and gladly redeemed himself in there as the impact, finishing the job on that blitz. Cyclops to get themselves a second round. And of course, it's an attack sided map. We have to remember that. So, Kinotrope, even though they looked really good in those 3 rounds, had complete control of Cyclops. And those last 2 that Cyclops won came quite close. It's all about, you know, just what those numbers on the scoreboard are at the end of this half. If this is a 3-3 split, Cyclops did better than might have been expected. Or statistically would be expected. Of course, it still depends on how they do on the attack afterwards, but 2 rounds on the defense isn't a bad thing on Border.
3-2. Kinotrope will have a chance to map them towards their favor. Follow through again of how it was before. Now, we're never going to have the identical setup of the showdown because, well, one of the maps is no longer in the pool. 2 of 3, and Club in the place of Oregon. It's as close as it could be, I think, towards a rematch match that locked Kinotrope out last time from a major. Seeing if they can get some early, quick and decisive revenge. We talked about it before as well, the massive divide between first, second, and third place that Kinotrope found themselves in. The negative round difference for the league. Them being able to show themselves up. No early death this time. Probably the longest we've had on this site. And somebody being caught out by just a swing from outside.
And that's what happened in those previous rounds, where just like a tight angle, just enough to secure the kill on 1 or 2 of the players of Cyclops. Not happened now though, which means that they stalled. But this time was an issue, and at some point Kinotrope just had to pull the trigger, and everybody just had to push in. And we might end up at a similar kind of aspect in just a couple of seconds from now, because they're not getting an entry, they're just slowly starting to gain some space here. Back then, it led in with a push through the office into the archives. They're just trying to find the player now. That's siege timing. The moment the Buck decides to shoot the cam, Sharif moves into his line of sight, and he misses the opportunity to do the damage or get the kill.
Minute left, all 10 players standing. This doesn't bode well for Kinotrope. It's going to be a bit of a dash towards the end. They need office control for the plant that they're going with, and they don't have Sharif, who's on a tear from before. There's one more for the tally, and the swing! Hits the 180, hits the kill on the player, buys himself a little bit more time by removing the destruction on the wall as well. That's no hard breach now that can come out of the pockets of the attackers. Everything ripped away from them here. And this, from the position they're in and what they've got and what they've lost, is a very hard one to translate into a round win. The push into office is a push into multiple different guns and angles. The swing comes out. They get a trade on the back of Sharif at least. But with the damage he has done over the past 2 rounds, again, can rest it very easy. 8 seconds, Kawa versus the world, and really, Nagasaka just demolished this setup.
Yeah, definitely. They were able to completely strike back. And again, like, they played it calm. There was no entry to be given early on. And that forces them to just make a move somewhere and basically walk right into the setup, walk right into the crossfire. Cyclops able to find those kills successfully. Kinotrope nowhere in that round compared to the previous rounds they've played. Like this, just snuck up through the wall. Oh. That should have been a refrag out there any day of the week. Now the side swap. And again, 3 rounds. Really good on Border on the defense. Even though Kinotrope has looked like the better team so far, it might still mean that Cyclops is in complete control of this game.
I'm not gonna say a worry. We'll get a taste of it. Obviously, the pressure's now onto Kagasaka, setting the pace, and they get the swing of having a bit of momentum. But at points, it has entirely not been in their favor, right? It's always a game or two off. It's always a game of putting it. There's the old bulletproof camera on the floor. It allows you some nice bits of vision, but very difficult to get underneath it or around the side of it as per usual, or any explosive.
Opening. Slowly, we'll be turning into breaches. Those mirror windows and fountain will prove a little bit of a challenge to deal with. Or some of the X-Gyros are able to destroy it, but as long as we have the person playing in the split here, Mao, near that window, he can easily just shoot them off. So, it's not... Is that a double setup? We have two mirrors inside of office, I think. One is on the actual A side, aiming towards fountain, and the other is in fountain towards office. So very heavy setup around that area, if that's true. I might be spreading misinfo, who knows?
Probably.
I thought I saw it.
Hat mirrors. All misinfo.
I used to be a bit of a mirror main myself, yeah. So
Yeah, I know. You're famous for doing weird mirrors.
yeah, I'm getting told off by the stack for doing them. I'm
Yeah.
banned from mirror now.
Yeah. Understand.
Yeah, there's two mirror setups. See, I didn't spread misinfo.
They've got the watch on. I mean, they're assuming it's an office push. That could be based on the info. They're entirely right. Look at this. Kagasaka stepped up towards those mirror windows, wants to remove them. Whether that was just those mirrors are in the place of our usual approach, or those mirrors are there, let's get rid of them and go for our usual approach. Either way, it's drawn some focus, it's drawn some utility. The Deimos going for the deep dive into Yukis, who's on the other side of the world. They've been able to rotate their way around, back safe, and back into security. They're fully extending Kinotrope, the test of this map. They're exploring, they're keeping everywhere still a bit hot now. Kagasaka, they had to pick up, rotate, looking towards catching this player on break, but sat here watching, waiting. 3 players rotating around from outside office, now outside here. Might have drone intel on the player position, but on the kill. There's the catch. There's almost trade back. 1.5 bullets separate Shibisu from hitting the floor there.
Isn't a lot of time left, Emmy. 30 seconds, and there's a bit of a breach into the actual archives wall. They're now trying to get a bit of a long angle around 90, but where do they want to go? It's the big question. There's a lot of play downstairs as well, but there's still 2 or 3 players are even out there. Just 1 or 2 defenders currently defending whatever is going on, and they're going to try and dig in deep right behind the bomb chest. They start planting, not on the verticality as the kills all start to come through.
There it is, seeing if they can get it confirmed there, which they pretty cleanly do in the 4 versus 2 versus 1. They surrounded, what was it? They didn't have a lot of time left, but the way they sort of controlled the map space there, shepherded them back in. They're able to use that mirror window to their advantage now. Keep control of office. And Shurip had the lockdown on the other way in. It was well played from Kagasaka. Said that they drew focus on towards office. They got rid of the fountain mirror window. They then swung around and confirmed that 1 kill on that loose player. They had the Deimos checking underneath. At that point, you know where they all are, and they just trusted the drive-through of, well, we've done our job, we've shepherded, this is ours to take.
I'm just a bit surprised why Kinotrope decided to go so heavily downstairs. As soon as this kill came through, we still have 4 people back on site. Then 2 people dropped down below, and I don't even think they had nitro cells anymore. So it's a bit of an odd call to start playing verticality at that point, especially with the wall already breached. And they might have been banking on the fact that they would have been planting right behind the bomb chassis, but there was verticality out there. So the Kagasaka player decided to, you know what, I'm just doing it inside of the breach with 4 other players or 3 other players on the site covering me whilst I'm doing this. There's no way that someone's going to be able to get the swing on me and get the kill and stop this defuse from going on. So, bit of an oversight, I dare say, there on the side of Kinotrope, and Kagasaka now taking the lead. First time. Second time? First time. And with that... First time, yeah.
First time.
Yeah, I was just
You
thinking,
okay?
it's like, did they win the first
having a
round? No, it
morning?
was the second round they won. I'm having a morning. It's funny because I said
Half-eight.
just wait for all the tech issues, and then I have all the tech issues.
Yeah.
I just jinxed
so,
myself.
only really blame you. The Ossa, quick smash onto the window. They're not going to try and move fully behind it. They do almost get dropped. Maybe that
It was
wasn't an impact. It wouldn't have done that much
There is no
damage.
impact.
Yeah. Is that just a grenade that came off the back? No.
Also threw a grenade that might have
Also threw a
bounced back
grenade,
oddly.
okay. So bounced back oddly. Not enough to kill him.
No, it wasn't a castle barricade. I think there's a castle barricade on that window. They used the grenade to open it,
No, because they used the Ossa to break the window.
and then I don't know what happened there.
I don't know what that.
How did
grenade
that
throw
bounce
was.
back? Really
Yeah, 'cause
odd.
we saw the Ossa deploy and then pull it off, and we saw the debris come off. Whatever happened, there was a grenade incident at work. Gonna have to do a lot of forms about that. Holding on towards break, cross towards the top of these stairs. The Ossa is in, and the pre-fire is out of place and out of play. Pull themselves slightly further back. They have this extension. Long is cut off, so they can make some safe ground temporarily. Yes, get some of this busy work done on towards again. Nagasaka, they're shepherding across the whole map. They're really sort of saying, look, we want full control here. We're going to have our backs covered. We're going to make sure that the space that you can exist in gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And they just encircle the defensive Kenotrope here.
Someone used to create some footholds into the side. It was supposed to be a crouch hole, but they were able to get at least one of them. And it kind of allows you to read of what kind of a plant they want to go for. It's not going to be a window jump in. They want to get inside the tellers. Stick it in deep there. And instead, of course, having the Talon Shields is going to try and provide some cover as Sharif will find the very first kill on the opposite side of the map. This Talon Shield is just going to be making things a little bit easier, but with those two players around, inside of customs, it'll be a bit dangerous to make that cross for Anaton.
Again, not a huge amount of time left here. They have the eyes on the site itself, but one well-placed sort of swing round, one goo mine in the right position when they've got 4 in pocket could be the detriment. The cover goes down, but they're able to deploy. No, they're not! Watch from the top rope. They lost their eyes on break. The rotate comes round. Shibisu caught sleeping here. There's the revenge, but with the player down below, with a bit more damage done out, they're able to get a kill, but they still need to cross and plant. There's one. Can they get it and hold F in time? There's the perfect cover. And they're out of it. Kenotrope. Again, fine margins for these rounds, but a great rotate via break.
A great one indeed, just stopping that Talon Shield from going down, because as soon as that Talon Shield's up and that plant is starting to happen, it's going to be very tough to try and get that retaken. Did exactly what was needed, and now keeping the eyes on the actual prize there, stopping them from walking in rather than trying to take the fight elsewhere. Knew it was a 1v2 effectively, didn't want to take that fight anywhere else than where it was necessary, so just held on towards that diffuser, made sure that if someone wanted to go for a reattempt, would have been able to get that kill as well, and locks it in from there, brings it back to 4-4. Cyclops leaving it till quite late there. Second round in a row where to do it though. That's a bit of a worry when on border you're running out of time.
Orbeez? Here, neck and neck, every single step of the way, and you know, I talked about how there's the potential that today could be a sort of 2-0-2-0 day based on how the recent league performances, but Kenotrope, I mean, they had one of the best runs regardless of whether it ended. You're in the best of 3 situation of chance to get into a major. They can pull out these good performances, these longer performances in these days, and it's down to Nagasaka to sort of step in on that spot.
Oh,
Step right out. Sharif's gone. Mana was able to define a couple of rounds. Unfortunately, lost the definition since then.
it's the Brava gun as well. Outside of like the Capcom traps, nothing really there out of too much interest. You can maybe get the Mew Gemmers, maybe some default chems, but be about it. Quick entry though towards supply here. Blackray playing around with the buck, opening up some angles. He's being droned in, so they know whether or not it is clear. Kamo falls back towards the side. He's just not wanting to go for any sort of challenge around there. Spots the opening, though, so knows there's a bit of danger. And it seems like more of Kagasaka is actually looking to go towards the customs area. Pulling out some drones. Actually, rotation up towards the top from the Ash. Going to use those Ash charges for some verticality maybe as well. And for now, they're just trying to fish for a kill. See a couple people out everywhere trying to, you know, bait them out to go a bit aggressive on the defense side. But so far, no one's biting.
They know that they can play this as a game of fine margins, again, pocketing themselves in these little sneaky positions. That was, ooh, a little bit of a false start for a second. Does net one, quickly traded back out by Blackray. But Anaton also gone, hard breach removed. I said it before, it's not the most important bit of utility, or not as important as it is on other sites, but here when you're trying to take that vertical, probably one of the worst ways and places to lose it. Still, these almost cat and mouse games, round, back and forth. Who does find Yuki's, gets a bit of revenge onto it, but you're looking at the mirror windows here to smash their way through. The Ash Charge will do fine work at that. The round on the back, but it's a soft wall, and there's a close rotate. Got the audio. Couldn't get the connection. 30 seconds. And Kenotrope, they're still just playing this arm's length game here. They're making sure Kagasaka has to check and recheck. There's some destruction done from the verticalities. They're locked out. 20 seconds, and at this point, not really anything you can do. They still have full control here, Kenotrope, and they're not going to give it up for anything. 14 seconds. Can't even get round the first hurdle. Kenotrope back in the lead.
I like how it's where they're fishing for kills and looking to see if the defense might go a bit aggressive, which they can bank off as soon as they go off the main door, which they've just opened, and try to, you know, get a bit of aggression out of. Oh, Kenotrope just swings out, manages to get that kill. Of course, gets traded, but yet it's another person off the board and still maintaining that man advantage you had. It's rough as well, going up the main stairs like that, just instantly being removed. And as soon as we lost the diffuser down inside of ventilation, that round was over because you still had two players up on the top floor. You had the one playing on the side with that shotgun. You were never going to be winning that in those 15 seconds. Like, the one hope there was that you were able to find a horizontal kill onto the smoke. And then have your Ash upstairs challenging those that have vertical angles whilst the plant's going down. That was the win condition that they had left in that 2v3.
A strangely paced border. We're getting these sort of almost Tom and Jerry rounds that happen in these positions. Kenotrope playing. Some would describe them as ratty. Getting themselves tucked into corners, moving themselves around, finding a place to hide. And it's not always working. But those sort of players, I mean, you have players that have entirely driven great careers off being able to play those little angles, those little positions. Here they keep expressing that against Kagasaka, and sort of a bit hit and miss, which is making a very strange base because you'll have this, you know, direct push, this big rotation, this slow as they realize, oh, we've lost sight of somebody. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Generally, spread of the kill game has been something in the favor of Kenotrope, and that means when they can cook these little 1 versus 1s on the other side of the map, away from the rest of the engagement, it has a bit of a finger on the scales for their benefit here. Yukiz wants to explore the outside, wants to put pressure on something Kagasaka never really did.
Well, they might have, but they got shut down as soon as they were even anywhere close off-site. Quite quickly. So Yuka's there, by the way, a bit earlier. Ping out the serial laser gate, which has been hacked. And it's a bit of a warning, more of a, hey, there is a Brava on site. We gotta be careful because, you know, other utility might be hacked as well. And that's mostly gonna be the serial laser gates. few Gemmers as well, but you know, that is just going to be as a way to let the drones go through again. Oh, the Renat coming out. Sharif, though, will find a kill on the opposite side as he goes past the balcony.
Ooh.
Oh, second one playing around there, but he wins the top fight there. Mao retakes the break room. Has the castle barricade still set up, will continue to provide support for Yukis there. Could actually even maybe get a heal as well. So, Kagasaka don't really have the control yet that they want to have.
Yeah, and trying to isolate these 1 versus 1s as the plant's being confirmed. Troop's going to go for it, and would this C4 be the netted prize? Yes! Oh, it looked like it caught for a second, but it's able to find its way through. Stops the kit being confirmed. A bit of a big risk there. As he said, they didn't really have the control. Anaton, around the back, finally finds the end of the break room fight. But again, it's this slow motion that has to come out. A trade as the drop kill comes through the soft wall on the back end of Fountain. Kagasaka cannot get a break from a first kill being theirs towards the rest of this approach being torn away from them, pre-firing ghosts, and then being swung themselves on towards the double mirror setup. They're entirely watched and executed just the same. Kinotrope, again, they get themselves a 2-round difference now. They're able to have a little bit of breathing room, and it might be able to push their map into their favor.
Actually quite surprised, like, what was Kagasaka trying to do there? They just tossed in the smoke and went for the plant, hope nothing would happen. But if they would have gotten control of 90 or break, you know, they would have been able to stop that Nitro cell from being tossed in. They would have been able to just go a little bit more aggressive, and they had 90 control so much, like, so quick afterwards. Felt like there was a little bit of a disconnect there. And yes, okay, the plant almost did go off. It was like a second left when that Nitro cell hit, but that's still a second you should have wasted with one of your other surviving members. It's just not good enough. Now they have to fight off 2 map points. Kinotrope looking to pick their own. Put it in their favor. And afterwards, Clubhouse. A map of fundamentals. It's going to be an interesting fight. Especially if Kinotrope finds themselves 1-0 up, because it does something for motivation within the teams itself.
One round. Kinotrope sets you 1 step closer towards a final. A likely showdown with Scars, but obviously that game is still yet to be played. Who knows? Gaming could surprise us, but this is their map. This is the start of a best of 3. Kagasaka long since used their tac timeout. Anything else in the rest of the game as they try to force Kinotrope to the brink. You can imagine if they did get the 2 rounds necessary, we probably wouldn't see the timeout until potential OT anyway. Kinotrope are happy to sort of keep this strange pace and rhythm they've been able to apply on their defense. They just seem to have a very good read of how Kagasaka want to approach. Love the sound of that gun.
Which one is it called again? Is it a Camera S?
Yeah.
Yeah. In general, I think the DMRs all sound very, very nice.
Yeah, but you never used to hear the Camera S. Then you hear it, and it's like being hit in the head with a filing cabinet. That's the only way I can describe the sound of that gun.
That's what you love about it? That you get hit in the head by a filing cabinet? That's painful.
Well, they weren't hit in the head by a filing cabinet. It was by Castle. Probably more deadly.
An entire castle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's an important kill, though. Takes out the Flores. Very counter to his own castle barricades, of course, that is now off the board. There's nothing really left anymore that they can use to destroy it, except if they want to use all the X-Kairos. And that's then, you know, that you know, weighing the reward you get from it. Is it that important to open up that specific castle barricade? Oh, they're just going quick now.
Yep, they're just sending it all the way in towards site itself. They don't have the verticality. They're hoping they can try and make it work. They lose 1, but Sharif gets the trade out, gets the cover, and gets the smokes inside, planting. And off the beast position, just inside the door, it's not the most expected, and that's going to be something that nets them a post-plant situation, 4 versus 3 now. At this point, Kinotrope, the time is against them. They still have the vertical control, so they can do a bit of fishing. But Anaton, round the back of Okamesh, who was just drifting inside the workshop. Mao's looking down for anything as Yukis finds Shurip, and Nakia finds their way back in towards the site. They're still trying to drift. They're wondering if there's a loose man. There's a long watch. Shurip's outside the window, and Anaton's inside workshop. Closed down a 2 versus 1. It's all down now to Cyrenaica. Watch this plant. Watch this denial. Pre-fires onto the first. Gets it. Mao's going to hold on for now. They've got to put the pressure on. There it is, the cover, but they don't have enough time. Cyrenaica did everything to keep Kagasaka in it, and oh, the margin of play was minimal.
Like, surely they're playing this outside, but like for a while, like you saw 2 of the other players just inside, still taking those fights. It was like, no way they lose this, no way, and then it turns into a 1v3. And luckily, the one player is still on the window. SMG-33, not the easiest gun to control. You saw the struggles on that first fight on the window, as it was so like such quick movement. It's hard to keep up at that point. And I don't even think that he killed the one that was defusing. It's just Mao going off at the time because his cover was taking the fight. He had to, because otherwise he would have been next. It lands him the kill, but it costs the round eventually. Nice 6. One more round for Kagasaka to catch up on before we are headed towards overtime. And Kinotrope had such a great opening out there. But then we're kind of overwhelmed on the side. Kagasaka figured out there's only a single person there. We should go quick. If we play this long, if we play this slow and steady the way we intended to, we are going to lose. So they were basically forced to ramp up. Throw them something that they didn't know how to deal with at that time.
One round separates us from overtime. One round separates us from taking a quick break before we're back to break it down. Wondering if we might get a little bit more of this direct attention paid. What happened with the first set? Disappeared into the 8th. But yeah, this first kill, how Kagasaka reacts to the hold as well. Gonna be that important part. You can see that they're still playing everything safe, still unsure just what's being watched, just where the attention is. They're getting jobs done, and then they're sort of going, okay, well, now we need to do this, now we need to do this. Black Gray with the face clear inside. They don't have direct cat power. Slips the net, finds their way back towards the site itself.
Look at how heavy everybody's upstairs, though. And of course, they're playing verticalities, but it's just Kama out there, and Black Ray is so close to actually go for a bit of an engagement out here. As soon as they have information on him, and they've taken out those Capcan traps, he's just free to move in and get that kill. And then the fishing starts, because then you're going to have 4 people out on that top floor trying to play from verticality. But you also have 2 players from Kagasaka that are currently trying to, you know, put some attention that direction so they are not able to support whilst this push is coming to shove.
Here comes the smokes, here comes the break, and here comes the pressure now. But there's the rotate round. Yukis gets one. There's the drop on towards Black Gray. Now there's got to be some pressure from behind, but they're still just watching outside of a window. Anaton wants to contribute, not able to, and the 2 remaining Kagasaka players are on the opposite sides, weren't even in the building. A 5 versus 2 to be dropped out, to have the pressure put on. They have time to work with, but they are not being offered these engagements at this point. Kinotrope, they've pulled themselves back in. The kit's cold, so is Anaton. Cyrenaica, an ace clutch or nothing situation. A flawless to end their map, and border is all Kinotrope.
Took a bit too long on that final attack out there. For a while, it was just a single person on the site itself. However, at the moment they went for the execute, 2 more dropped, and it just all fell apart there. Whilst there were still 2 players from Kagasaka on that top floor trying to hold for a potential post plant, which just never came.
I mean, what a sort of start to our showdown. What a performance and a place to get ourselves in towards all of it. But this is this moment that Kinotrope can start. It started exactly the same last time. They're in a best of 3. And at this point, after a break, we'll see if they can continue this drive.
Ouais, choque-les, choque-les. Ouais, choque-les, choque-les, choque-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis
Well, it was an interesting one. Kinotrope, at the very least, got off to a decent start. A 3-3 attack on Border. Nothing to scoff at. You know, it's probably one of the... I think it's one of the top 2 maps at the moment for attacking side, so definitely always going to see a little bit more. Hap actually joins us with a camera for the first time since the start of the desk. It's lovely to have you back on camera, even though it might be fake of you. Look, Emmy, end of the day, Kinotrope, that's the kind of game we need from them. It's their map pick. They have to show us something. They showed us enough. They showed us enough to show that there are legs in this competition.
I think that's the main thing, right? If you look at recent form, you're like, this is definitely going to sort of go into the favor here of Kagasaka. They're playing well, yada yada. It's Kinotrope's map, though. It's their ability to start onto it. They did some of the damage they needed, but I think most importantly on that second half, when they were on defense, they weren't resting on their laurels. They kept on moving. They kept on making things very uncomfortable for Kagasaka, and they were able to get the win. It was a longer fight than it was, but it sets the pace, and it sets it at their pace, and that is something that when you get into these other maps that are a little bit slower, if they're still the ones driving that, who knows where this series can go.
I hope it goes to 3. Hap, do we see 3 maps? That's the question.
Ooh, that's going to be a rough one to go. I was super excited for this one.
That is.
But the thing is, when Kagasaka was playing, they were just constantly being caught off guard. They weren't aware of the angles that were being watched. And they just lost their lives early to that. And they were basically constantly on the back foot. And you can also see some of that happening here on Clubhouse, especially when the breaches get opened up. You sometimes... that's not how it's supposed to go. Sometimes you have... players getting caught off on the rafters, for example. And these could be the opening kills that they will be consistently looking for. And if that happens, then we're definitely not going to map 3.
I'm sorry, I can't. I'm not a professional. I can't do that. That was cursed.
What do you mean?
Like for those that are watching from Australia, which is probably like 2% of the audience, I'm thinking back to like ABC Kids in the 2000s. That was horrific to see that. But look, I think as we move forward now, as you were mentioning there, we moved to Clubhouse, a bit more of a structured map. The pacing of it can very much be a lot slower here. I mean, do we expect to see the pace change from Kinotrope, or do you think that they will try to keep pace with what we just saw on Border?
I think that they will try and keep pace. As I sort of described it, you don't always some people call them rat plays, where you find a corner, you hide away, you wait, and then you strike. They were really good at those on a small play space. Clubhouse... yeah, it's very traditional, it's very known, but it didn't seem like Kagasaka knew what was happening at points. And if they keep on playing this game where they're going for these, rotates back up the map, exploring the corners, exploring the sort of hidden aspects of it, they could maybe do this in 2.
Oh, please. I want to see that. I want to see this done in 2. I mean, if we get to Skyscraper, it could be an absolute banger. That's one I'd love to finish on. But obviously, from my point of view, after what we've seen from Kinotrope in playoff series, now I have absolutely no idea what to expect moving forward. But if you look back to stage 1, they were absolutely unbelievable in both playoffs, in terms of regular stage playoffs and then in last chance qualifiers. They seem to come alive in best of 3s. Scary for CAG, there's no doubt about it, with the form that we've seen them in best of 3s, constantly faltering over really the last 2 years is where I kind of drag my mind to. Obviously, the last time they faced in a best of 3, it was not great for Kinotrope, but Clubhouse at least opens the possibility. It opens that talking point. It's a map that they play, not very often, but they do play, and I still feel that this one has legs. I think it's Kinotrope starting out on the defense of this one as well. Hap, do we expect, like I was just saying to Emmy, in terms of pacing and in terms of like where we kind of expect to see this map to go, do you think we'll see a lot more of that roam centric play from Kinotrope? Do you think they'll keep CAG on the front foot?
I think it's an important way, because it definitely helped them on Border when they were able to be unpredictable, to be disruptive to Kagasaka's playstyle. So, I mean, Border kind of leans, Clubhouse kind of leans into that to some extent as well. It might not to the same level as Border, but there's still ways, especially when you're thinking of the basement site, for example. Make sure that you're around on that top floor, but also fall back in time. But you can waste a lot of time like that. And what we saw from Kagasaka is as soon as they were one man down, they were just kind of throwing a Hail Mary push at things because, I mean, they knew they were not going to win the other way around.
We've seen that a lot of times. We love a good Hail Mary, that's for sure. But it does seem like we've got a little bit of a delay on the players' side, so we're going to go to a short break. On the other side, CAG fight for their grand final lives as they're down 1-0 in the series.
And we are live back in a bathroom. Story of my life here at Clubhouse. We find ourselves seeing if Kinotrope can do it in 2, or if we will be opening up day 2 with a best of 3, a full stretch. We had this with Kinotrope yesterday, didn't we, Hap?
And it did manage to go for a nice long stroll through all the maps.
And I had
Let's see.
QOs.
Yeah. It's always good, you know, when the 4 a.m. game just continues to go all the while. And I wasn't sure when I was like...
You.
Okay, now the 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. game, but I was up at 4 a.m.
4 a.m. for me.
Either way, it was still
I
a 4 a.m. game for you, Dan. I was worried because at the start it looked like it could go very quick. And I was like, oh no, what if this is just like a 14-2 and Emmy's not even awake yet? Because you get a call time that was like 3 hours later. Then it went 3 maps.
It's worth quickly pointing out, excuse me, the bands, Monty, gone again, as Army as well, bands solid and consistent. Dockley and the Qaid is the swap round. Kagasaka responding mainly to the map, to be honest, more than anything that was against them. There wasn't really an operator that was causing them massive strife. It was just the map itself and their approach. So, after being able to stop, break, talk about it, think about what went wrong, and finding yourself on Club, a very different play space, a very known entity as well, something that Kagasaka love to play this map. Can Keenatrope carry the momentum the first map, or will we be going back to Skyscraper, back to that map that these two have hit heads on multiple times, and back to what was the decider last time these two were in a best of 3 playing for the chance of going to a major?
This could end up being a bit quick. We have currently 4 people off site. It's a very heavy roam, and this is what we said before. They want to be disruptive. They need to be disruptive. It worked very well against Kagasaka. The hatches were still soft as well, and you already see that they're being opened up. Only 20 seconds has passed in this round. There's already a huge portion of the kitchen that has been opened up, which makes the subsequent bottom floor, the basement here, a little bit harder to play. Sharif is going on a bit of an adventure, because as long as they're all the way up there, the site is pretty free to take. So if Kagasaka has read this well, there's an opportunity that they could just go for a side push.
I mean, it's a good idea, right? You get the position and of that player early on anyway, so you can catch them if they try and rotate out, and they no longer can have that support as well, so nobody's going to rotate up and try and put the pressure. Now, Keenatrope isn't playing with that side of the map. They're all opting to play around this oil pit side instead, drop down blue, drop down the reverse, and everybody's back towards the site generally. Kawaza 2 steps away. But at this point, he's the only real one pushing their luck. At the meantime, there it is. The fight starts to explode down around the site itself. It's inside dirt. They've pushed inside Moto as well. Caught a little bit. Shuri ducks and covers and rolls their way into the back of site. They're looking for the engagement, but he cannot quite get it cleanly, and they're just executed. Was that an ace?
It was at least a 3K. I'm not sure if the ace came on the back of it. I have to see the scoreboard quickly afterwards, but I believe it is actually, because usually you don't have like the yellow text popping up if it isn't an ace at the end of it. But that's a way to start things off.
I mean, I think I'm pretty confident it was an ace, unless one of them was a kill secured incident, because there was the 2 that popped up on that other side around dirt. Matt was in that position. 4.
Oh, 4 kills.
4 to 1. Alcoya.
How dare you?
Sneakily stole one. But what a fall apart that was from Kagasaka, right? It looks like they had everything going for them. They had close towards the site. Suddenly everybody's back on site. And did they just really not predict people rotating back that aggressively?
I mean, they knew a couple were like above, right? There was only 1 or 2 on site. They started pushing towards the kitchen and the main stairs. However, then the issue is there's still not a way down. There's the oil pit. There's the blue stairs that they could be coming down from, and that was completely taken back under control by Keenatrope before that push ever came to shove. And this is something that I saw last round as well. It's like they wanted to do something, but they did it too slow. If they did that, like in the first minute, they would have overwhelmed the site. Of course, it's a risk doing that. But now they just didn't do enough for the push that they wanted to take. They didn't have the control that was required. It doesn't help when you have a person on the opposite side popping off as well, of course, but you shouldn't be allowing him to do that. And so a first round for Keenatrope on the board. As the breach will be made on the CCTV wall. No one there to stop it.
Another misstep, I think is the fairest way of putting it. Towards Kagasaka, I've said it before, they're a team that can sometimes be their own worst enemy, but he was both playing caution towards the win and then not entirely knowing what Keenatrope were up to. Problems of the first map rear their head immediately. They're going for the clear across the top, as per usual. Instead, focus on the positions that the players are in. Don't try and snappily shut your way around it. Shield's destroyed, the wall is opened. Yukis is concerned about the pressure that will come up from underneath him because it theoretically will, but look, 5 Kagasaka players are here, gathered on towards this push. They're not taking any second chances, but they don't even get the opportunity. Yukis gets 2 up and down, and Cyrenaica does find the end of it and gets himself a second as a player gets down behind them. Anaton has the cover, just coming out on top of that engagement. Maybe Keenatrope double dipped a little bit too hard. The Thinker does get themselves back up when the Gadget reset, but Cyrenaica really came out as the clutch factor there.
Minute 15, still plenty of time here for Kagasaka to work the ground they've been able to buy, literally with the blood of their fallen teammates. And now they need to make a move. But Okamesh in a crucial position, hiding inside of logistics if that does not get droned out, which currently seems to be the case. Oh, there you go. Drone seen him. Do you want to stick around? Well, he doesn't have a choice anymore as an LMG starts firing. Has to fight himself all the way through. In the meantime, one has gone up towards the roof. Mirror window still out here protecting the site itself. This has to be a flush into logistics.
Ooh, the tight angle is threaded by Okamesh. Gets rid of Chibisu. The C4 gets rid of Anaton. And now, I said it before, Cyrenaica was the clutch factor. Now he's got to clutch it all out. A 1 versus 2, and one of the people was almost the ace enjoyer of the first round. Barely any time. Gets himself a walkable route through. Now as the camera reveals his position, spraying and pre-firing isn't quite enough. Mao take a bow. This opening 2 rounds has been electric.
And Kinotrope in general has been doing super well. I mean, it's a very aggressive start. Eventually did favor slightly towards Kagasaka as they were able to pick themselves up with that Finka, shut down the player that was inside the construction. But for a while, that looked like it could go completely wrong. And to some extent, it still did, because they didn't really have all the control they needed. It was still a 2-on-3, with them having to push through the entire top floor still. And they lost themselves in the push out there. Not having the information on a drone that someone was rotating down the main stairs, throwing up the nitro cell, finding the kill onto one of the players in logistics, and then next to that the tight angle being held by Okamesh. It just dismantles around like that. If there was anything there at that point still. So for Kinotrope. Looking to build. Looking to truly gain momentum. After, of course, it was a bit of a messy closing on border. They should still get a 5-7 in the end. But now they have the opportunity to really build on that. They got that first map. The pressure is now on Kagasaka. This is their map pick as well.
2 rounds. Kinotrope. One of them was a bit of a washout and a blowout, and the second there was a good start, led into a good finish with a little probably best forgotten. You get Scopos enjoyment now. I always love the idea again of throwing one of the bots out to the far side of the map, playing with that extension. Yuka's how they decide to get themselves set up. You could also look towards suicide spots like top rafters. Could be a good utilization of the gadget if you're unaware. You have 2 bots that you can swap between. Now they focus themselves on towards the breach. It's another default approach. It didn't quite go their way last time they tried something like this. There's been some damage, some destruction against the wall. It's a curious breach pattern.
Yeah. It's a one in a kind. Good opening here. I love it when teams open this part of the garage because it allows you to challenge the window and put the fire down either on the balcony if you know someone's on it. As you see right there. Confirmed kill. Actually, no, on the other side. They managed to escape the fire even though there was people on the breach that should have been there to stop him from rotating back out. And there you go. He can now just go to the other shield because Doc cannot heal Scopos.
Track. Doc. I mean, they're being cooked. They wanted to do that juggling trick, but then saw an opportunity for a kill. They're keeping themselves up. They're being knocked right back down. Shuri gets rid of the Doc. You could see there was about 7 different ideas that flashed through their mind there. The robot's gone. You also don't know they act as a bit of a camera, so smash that glass means they can't see is the reasoning for doing it. Gives you this corner, this lockdown, big space, a little bit more awkward, unless you do that.
You don't want to have it in your backside and like suddenly just decide to activate again whilst you're planting and then no one of your team being around. See Damos holding off Lounge just to make sure no one's coming in from below with a Nitro Cell and try and play any vertical game here. Okamash is, however, active on the window in construction. There is one person outside for cover. He could be going for a jump out here as they try and make something happen. The first Nitro comes in. That is not going to catch anybody, but he gets the one on the close angle.
Yukiz just pops off!
What?
Tap top red once again! Okamash, I feel the same! Yukiz just looking down! That corner, that territory, that problem, Kagasaka, of throwing yourself in to a situation where Kinotrope have it locked in. They just keep getting away with it.
They were watching Okamash on the door, trying to fight off the Capitao, and in the meantime, you have like the triple take on the red stairs? Just to lock it off that round. And the full rotation is secured. So I gotta be honest, I saw that the Capitao was killed, I look up and I see it's a 1v3, and I'm like, what? Like, how did that happen? We were like 4v4 just a second ago. Oh my. Are we gonna see another heavy top floor roam from the side of Kinotrope? They did that in the last round they were here. Worked out quite well because Kagasaka decided to just purely focus on the site itself, but not quick enough, which gave opportunity to fall back and basically let them into a false sense of security.
Kinotrope. 3 rounds locked in. Their rotate done here on their defense on club. Now it is obviously their preferred half of start, and Kagasaka haven't hit that warning bell yet. But if you're thinking you're going back to that first preference site, how it started was an attempt to explore all of the map and then an attempt to push right on.
At least they're droning carefully now, making sure there's no roamers out and about. They're not going super deep. It is mainly focused around stock and around blue. Sharif, of course, taking care of the other part of the map. We'll be opening up motorcycle hatch right now. Yo, blue hatch being opened up as well inside of stock. Use just kitchen, which needs to be found. That's often the more dangerous one, because there's a lot of soft flooring around, which gives opportunity for nitro cells to, you know, be used to fish. I think there's also some verticality here and there that they're trying to play around with.
They have their approach, they have their lineup, and they have space and time to work with, but all you're thinking right now, really, is how are Kinotrope going to make this fall apart for the side of Kagasaka? That's all that's been happening. We've had a couple of times where I'm saying Kagasaka are doing the right things and then the wrong result still comes out, and, you know, when you're in the chaos locked in, it's tough to pick apart. Mao and Yuki is between the pair of them. 13 kills, 1 death over 3 rounds is an insane statistic. Blinds start to come through. Nothing happens on the back of it as of yet. There's more of a roll, a lot of pressure onto Moto here. They're getting themselves ready to try and force out the position on blue so they can't swing the Moto drop. There's the motion. There's the flash, and there's the attempt at the breakthrough. But Yuki's, again, still popping off. It's a scrappy firefight down the long corridor here where they're over each other's shoulders. Sharif does get Okamash, who goes a bit too wide in towards it, and there's a lot of damage done towards new recruits. But here they push further in and just get absolutely torn apart. Mao is ended. There's one more back. It's a 2 versus 2, and they're inside the site, tucked. But can they keep the cover here? Because where's are they? Cover? Where is the cover? Black Gray's doing his best to hold on. Now they've dropped. They thought the player was somewhere else. They've got to go for the watch. There's the take. There's the swing round. One more position. It's a post plant. But they're trapped in a corner. Should be a fight they can lock in, and there it is! Okayu still keeps Kinotrope charging forward. Okamash, I'm still feeling the same, mate.
It's a confusing end of the round there. Like, Kagasaka, you had your Capitao. Chibisu, you were on blue stairs. Why do you rotate all the way around over the top whilst your teammate is planting? You've just effectively put him into a 1v2 situation. It worked out in the end to some extent. You still lost a round, of course, but it's like, that's such an odd decision to make. And now they pull the alarm bells. They pull the brakes. This is getting out of hand. Kinatrop won 4 rounds in a row so far. And there's only 1 or 2 where you might have gotten a little bit closer to taking that one home.
Said it before, you know, you're going back towards this first preference site. They're doing everything right. How is this going to go wrong? When is this going to go wrong? Why is this going to go wrong? And you... I mean... The breakthrough was a good idea. The pressure onto blue so they could hit Moto and get in, a good idea. They tried to throw the ram on towards the back of the sort of long wall here, and it didn't quite get the full pop-off that they wanted to, but they want to fight out of it. But then the wall still stayed locked, right? They sort of tucked themselves in. I like the dancing as he was defusing. How I feel. And
So what you do as well when you defuse, just little dance.
yeah. But yeah, and it's just, again, you know, that plant situation at the end, it's almost like they have all the good first idea, second idea, great. Then when it comes time to execute, it felt like there was about 3 or 4 different things that were happening there for the side of Kagasaka. There was that swing past the pipes wall. There was, you know, the pressure on towards the blue, just the drive onto Moto. A player just sat there watching for maybe a rotation at first. That becomes the point of the push. Player still above when they're in that, you know, 3 versus 2 on the site itself. Just a curious moment being lost.
I just really wonder, like, what the communication is behind that when a decision like that is made. Did they think someone was upstairs? I mean, even if they weren't really a threat. There's no verticality there that will stop him from planting. It's a good start at least. Finding Yukaz, spun around on that Valkyrie. Yeah, from Lounge. Might have still been around to, I don't know, actually. Maybe put up, like, a camera or something? I mean, it is bar, so it could just be that it's a valid playing position that he was in. Ooh.
Oh! I mean, just backing up down the corridor, leaving Strip, gets the kill.
It's a couple shots for bait.
Yeah. It was almost, whether it was a bait or not, stepping in towards the DMR down a corridor firefight, you have to have a lot of confidence in yourself. You've got to swing the awkward door there. There is the pressure point behind him, and you're just thinking, you know, why are they just opting for these 1 versus 1 situations? On their day, they can take them, and Shuri, to be fair, in defense of them, has been one of the hotter guns today for Kagasaka, but it is not where they are shining against Kinatrope.
Now, Kinatrop is definitely just outclassing them on basically any given department right now, and it's just a rough thing. It just seems like they have a really good day. Because Kagasaka, it's just not connecting. Things are just not working out the way they wanted to. Now, 3 men look at a breach. It's like, how many does it take? At a hatch, I mean. How many does it take to open it up? All of them have the opportunity to. I think it's going to be an exothermic use. No, it wasn't. Selma used to open that one. And that is one of those main planned ideas. You want to have that hatch. You can dig in deep from there, but you can also have a lot of, like, cover from that area. You can see a lot of the bar. But with 40 seconds left, and you look at the control they have, Emmy, and it's just the main entrance. Where is the person pressuring kitchen? Where is the person pressuring the backside? Is there even anybody thinking about below where C4 could be flying through? Like, they're gonna have to dig in deep, and they only have, like, everything covered behind them.
Well, Thermite goes down. IQ follows almost immediately after as well, and coming to this site after the timeout, after 4 rounds in a row, with 10 seconds, you see the 9-1 Mao round on the back. Anaton does get a single kill. The Cyrenaica that puts it into a 2 versus 2, but there's just too much left to do. Mao gets Anaton. Cyrenaica puts it into a 1 versus 1. But I mean, this is really just the Kenotrope show right now.
It definitely is, and but I also have to say, like, if you're attacking the bar side, it should be pretty doable. There's a reason why we don't see the site that often. But it just lacked a plan there. They basically took stock garage, CCTV, and construction. That's the control they had. Which is fine to some extent, because it's a base to work with. But that's what you need to have at like a minute 30. And then, you know, you have another 30 seconds to send someone over to the kitchen to put pressure on that. And then to send someone over towards the pool table window, because you don't want someone to just swing out wide there while you're using the breach to dig in deep. Which is exactly what was done by the DMR of Akayu, who managed to pick up like 2 kills on the back of that. So it just lacked the depth that was necessary to get that plan to work on the attack. It's a painful thing. So we go back to gym bedroom. This time there is gonna be some trickery. I maybe see a thing coming out from Okamesh. Playing around with that bandit. Could also be that he's just gonna be locking off CCTV and deciding that, you know what, they're not gonna be breaching through that.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Not too long ago, I don't want to talk too big. Not too long ago, these two teams met on Consulate. You know what the score was?
Between these two teams on Consulate?
It was 7-1.
7-1, yeah.
It was 7-1 to Kagasaka. And it's not done. But Kenotrope, it feels like a little bit of a revenge tour here. And you're wondering what's gone wrong for Kagasaka. Even they don't seem really sure of it. Kenotrope are playing so well. There is something about playoffs and best of threes. Not even yesterday, to be fair. I said it, I was a bit concerned that they went so far in, lost the first map, and then have sort of just turned it on since then and remembered what they're capable of as a team in these best of 3 situations. C4 is wanting and ready to go over the top, just concerned about being caught out, maybe from the window when they go for the throw and overextend. The lineup is together.
Oh. Surely thought that's when it was going to be thrown as soon as he heard the rappel going down, but not yet. The thing is about Kagasaka as well, Emmy, they have been, besides the loss to Vite, been so dominant. 7-1, a 7-2, a 7-1, a 7-1, a 7-3, and a 7-5. Like, they're not used to losing rounds like this. At least the first one goes their way now. Kawa gone. An opening once more. And they have a minute 15, and this time deciding to take it super direct. So if you take the bathroom, but you get the connecting part, but a nitro cell comes out, Emmy!
Nitro cell comes out, Shuri also explodes. There's Sireneko. Surely this one is their secured round. It's been a very long time since there's been a 7-0 in Japan League. And at this point, we don't look like we're going to get there, but then Yuki's turns on a dime and cashes in 2 Kagasaka players, has the ping on the one inside Logi. He's going to try and take that fight instead. They aren't entirely aware of where the player is. The drift on by, he's finding all these positions. They're double stacked up. They want the kill. They're not going for the plant. They finally find it, Kagasaka. It is not a flawless half. They suffer, but it is still a long road to go.
And then 3 times there before he was finally secured. But the round is on their side. But again, that almost went wrong once more. And they didn't even feel safe to go for the plant at that point because they knew the player was inside of logistics and could be rotating in at any point. That nitro. That stopped everything because it basically forced some of the flashbangs to bounce back. He even saw the bees going not the way it was directed to, and it just slowed down the push, gave a little bit more time. Look at him. Still able to correct those mistakes and quickly flood the site. Those roamers were still trying to come back in.
They have a lot of space to play with here. You know, it's a game of 2 halves. It's always worth saying, always worth stating. Kenotrope now have the pressure of their attack, and to be fair, that both technically and I'll say emotionally wasn't where they won Border. I think Border was better on their defense in terms of just putting the pressure on, which they did so well here, but the length, sort of breadth of this map is something they've been trying to lock themselves in. We need to see a bit more exploratory behavior from CAG. They need to try and remember they can lock themselves in these positions. They're firing a bit better, a couple of them this map, than they were last time, but only really a couple. There's a lot about how they were able to drag it out last time. In the meantime, I mean, Mao and Yukis again, 19-6 between the pair of them.
Absolutely stepping up huge. There's no two ways to go about that, and you know, usually we say, like, you cannot keep relying on single players to step up, but it's not just the single players. Everybody's doing their task. And it's just Kagasaka that's unable to really respond to it, and it allows for these players to just pop off the way they do. Now on the attack, though, it's always a bigger ask. See the top floor is being face jacked, is being cleared out. First floor is soon up on the chopping block to be cleared out slowly. Already starting to make rotations to make their own travel a little bit easier, because this is usually the site where teams get the most time crunch. You need to open up all those hatches, then you need to start formulating an attack, and in the meantime you still need to try and get a pick somewhere. And where Kinotrope in the previous round was, like, or previous map rather, was super aggressive, super out there on their defense, they've chosen the turtle strategy. They're all just gonna be on site. They're all just gonna be waiting. Let CAG Osaka play against themselves. Let them just, you know, waste that time and force themselves into mistakes again.
Kinotrope, they're steadying on, cracking open the walls. As you said, Kagasaka's defense is very much turtled, but these are the lines on the direction of a play. There's a bit of a break there.
It's being zapped.
Maestro cams on pipe. Is getting the work done.
You got everything.
Kind of tragic, that, really. I was going to compliment them on focusing on it, and to be fair, it's a bit of an unusual play, and unusual plays usually work once.
Made it back up, though.
At this point, the limitation's now on their hard breach. They could try and maybe utilize some of those pellets, open the walls, make things uncomfortable, but it's not a rotatable entry. You're either going to have a little bit that you can crouch in with the 6 remaining, or you're going to have, a shutdown there. Chibisu gets Okamesh, Shurip gets above the hatch Alkayu. And at this point, this is just unfortunately a little bit too insurmountable. Power stuck down dirt, still with Barbs to fast. 6 seconds. I think they know that this round is a wash. With a drop in the sight. Okay, maybe not. Yukis goes in and gets 2. Is being zapped to death. There is cover of the planter. Surely someone's going to get in the way. The plant is confirmed a 2 versus 1 out of nowhere. They're being zapped. They're not entirely sure where. They're trying to lock in for the fight, but their position is being called continually. The truest Hail Mary was thrown, but with damage coming from every which way, it's Chibisu's to lock out. I mean, if that had gone the way of Kinotrope, I would have lost my mind.
Honestly, like, just the zapping out there, I was at some point I was like, just stop, like, you gotta go, like, this is gonna be a post-plant situation. Manages to just stick it. But, Maestro has done a lot of good for Kagasaka in that round, able to take out all the Heartbreach utility on that triple wall, forced them to go for a different approach. But I managed to find those kills from. Like Kinotrope basically crash upon the little time they had left. And somehow almost pull out a hero play. The panic you saw in his eyes when he was trying to, he was being zapped, he knew that someone was challenging him, he was like, I need to do something. Like, there was no safe place in that point. He was being wallbanged wherever he would go. He was going to be red pinged constantly. So they take a round. Kagasaka. Need 3 more to equalize. Or more to get themselves into a map point. And basically, the flawless health. If they want to push us to a map 3 right now in regulation. But something in me tells me that Kinotrope is not agreeing with just going to, you know, map 3 right now. Just
It was the fact that Yuki's almost pulled that off. Drops in, gets the plant confirmed. Is insanity in that situation, and comes down to the 2 versus 1. The Maestro is obviously one of the people still standing, so he can't entirely zap, but the calls are still coming out. If there was a little bit of utility dealt with there, if you'd say a Flores that have been maybe able to remove those Maestro cams, which is always the changes that Keen and Trope can make. They can always look at the next time round onto the side, see if they're there in the droning phase, and then maybe opt for the change itself. That, unfortunately, isn't going to get caught out. Not sure where the bandit charge was for that. I guess is wide.
I think he got both. Did he?
Didn't look like it.
I thought he got him.
Oh, maybe they did.
We'll find out who's blind.
We'll find out at some point. It looked like there was still lines, but it might have just been the feed for me.
Opening will be made.
All the way across the world.
Yeah, that's for sure. A lot of cable kilometers that this is going by.
Yeah. Oh, and there's not a lot of Siren Echo. First kill goes into the favor of Yukis. Down here, on towards blue. Looking off. See if somebody might try and come up from underneath them, but otherwise it is just the 4 remaining Kagasaka players still locked in. Does look like the wall is still electric. Whether it's just the redeploy, but there's only 1 in pocket, so...
Maybe I was blind. Or just got 1. I'm not sure.
We'll be able to get at it now, though. Is Charlie coming over?
Yeah, one has been taken out.
There we go. There's the removal of the second. They're not going to try and trick it off as this breach gets opened. And that space around them gets thinner and thinner.
Again, waiting with the Nitro Cell. This time it's on the other side, though. Kagasaka trying to repay that favor. Smoke canisters to be used. I'm not sure if Kawa has already given away that he is a glass. Black Crate with a double kill, though. Huge kills to come through. Both on the window taken down.
Ooh, almost a moment swapping towards your other weapon where you were caught out. There's Alkayo. Getting Black Gray. Inside the side, get some revenge. 30 seconds, a 3 versus 3, and this is where things often fell apart for Kagasaka. Mao's making sure they keep moving into the favor of Keen and Trope. 25 seconds. You have the Warden to watch perfectly throughout this approach. If they're going for the smokes and the reveal, they seem to have a good idea of rough player positions, but not on Chibisu. Swings out, retakes the back end of construction, can now watch towards any of this approach on the windows. It is not a place you can make your way in on. Anaton gets 1 more. What a take! Screaming towards the last fight, but Anaton has the confirmation there.
Again, very close. Turned down into a 1v1. The goo mine really helping out big time there. I'm not sure if you saw, but, you know, Kali, of course, stepping in, broadcasting the position. That's why they just swung that. Like, he had to pull out at that point. A little bit of disconnect at that, you know, at times as well, but... Wow, great kill onto that staircase. Should have opened everything up, but... There's that one goo mine kind of throwing the spanner, which made the Kali having to, you know, take some more time, be vulnerable without any support, because it was a 3-prong attack. But this is the big nemesis of many teams. CCTV cache. It's one of those default sites. There hasn't been like any innovation in a long time on that one. Because it's just quite simple. You hold garage, you hold the site. You make sure you have construction under control. Sometimes there's tricking, sometimes there's not. Sometimes there's utility to make sure that, you know, plans don't go down as easily. And sometimes you have, like, that the garage is being held. But that's basically about it. There's not many more ways to play that. And the attack usually comes down to the same thing. You open up garage, you open up the wall, make sure that you get the, you know, whoever is on that mezzanine one way or another. And then you just hold for a cross.
The gap isn't as vast, isn't as wide, but...
Attackers have located a bomb.
Oh, just shot through the soft against it.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I have a shotgun next to it. Why, I don't know why, like, they have a bailiff. Why didn't you just do that?
Yeah. Kind of a weird usage of utility there, but... Either way. the point is still sort of standing where they just have to win this site twice. And that's all. And you don't want to focus on that. But you always have that as the benefit when you're that close towards the pusher parts. So Kagasaka, they can get this locked in. If they can make it a 5-4 from where it was, and we just have this defensive sort of showdown.
Recovered the bomb diffuser.
Just take one execute here to land the side of Kenotrope. So close. Eating their demons. So close to progressing. Closer to a major. Minute 30. They've lost their thermite. They were able to get the breach as demonstrated before. Limit some of their options, obviously, in terms of maybe the approach itself. And yeah, man disadvantage for the fight. Not always been.
Oh, okay. There we go.
More like
Nico's doing that the
no
entire time. It's like it's only a matter of time before it gets taken out.
Grim trying to get the approach over the top. There goes Chibisu. Caught out. The smoke is gone. Huge loss in this situation. Kawa finds Sireneko as well underneath. They were down an oil pit, and suddenly that man disadvantage has entirely swapped on its head. Kagasaka, not sure where the smoke was to get caught out this early. You've got the Echo, but they've only got a single drone at this point to rely on, and obviously the sentry bot, one of them, the Scopus bots even, are gone. At this, the Bees pushing out. The other Scopus bot goes wide, gets Okamesh, gets themselves back towards the side, or at least construction. Gets them that wiggle room of 3 versus 3. Now, there's an Echo drone to stop this, but no C4, no smoke canisters, nothing to try and actively throw this. They've got to try and move in, and at this point, going underneath is too little too late. You're spraying up, but people that have left, Kawa gets Shuriep confirmed. Black Ray doing everything to hold it in, but even they can't stop everything. Anaton, an Echo without any drones. Looking for hope here to try and scratch the first fight. Knows where both the players are. It's a well-known breach. Somehow passes the gap.
Defenders have located the diffuser.
Yuki's has been massive and still is for Kenotrope. They are one round away from winning this out in 2 maps.
Where did the smoke get killed from? That is that big question, because that's when everything started to go down south. The fire as well during the execute, I'm not sure. It's like the incendiary was used on the rotate, on the door, and actually dealt so much damage to the Scopus, and I'm not sure what the other operator was. Could have been Frost. But basically, that stopped them from being able to even go for a swing at that point. The only real threat there was at that point was potential night. Oh, that was it. Through the breach from below, try to go for a bit of a swing, see if the window was still intact. That's how the smoke died. And I'm sorry, but that feels very unnecessary.
There was, I mean, it's a lot of unnecessary seems to be happening right now for the side of CAG. It's just, you keep seeing these incidents, these engagements, and they just feel a bit lost. The direction isn't there. They have, you know, it's like they've read recipe books, and they've all bought the right things to make a meal, but all of them are working to make different meals. And you get to the end of it, and you're like, what is this? There's parts of a pie, there's apple crumble.
What?
As they crumble. Tower gets Sireneko. I mean, the Warden is gone. They now have a man disadvantage. As early as possible, they almost lose Shuriep as well. Kenotrope have stepped the pace up this round. They don't just smell blood in the water, Hap. I think at this point they smell Scars' blood in the next showdown as well.
Whereas, you know, they missed out on a major, like, against CAG. They want to get that payback in. They want to qualify for a major themselves, and, well, they're en route to set the next step. They're en route to be in a game where that can be decided. All they need to do is just find the next 4 kills and lock it off. And you mentioned it, you know, they need to deal with those Maestro Cams. They've brought an adaptation. The Florist is now on the board. They can use those RC Reteros to get rid of some of those evil eyes. Bravo would have also done the job. You could have hacked them, maybe even used them for information yourself, but there has something. That's the most important. Now let's see how that works out, how that executes. The first RC Retero has been used. Opening will be made into Dirt Tunnel as well, just to provide some width to the approach. It feels like we will be headed towards some Kitchen Execute. They do need to find a little bit extra for that.
Trope all the time in the world. Structure themselves up. Ensure all the basic fundamental tasks being done, checking cap cans and being as cautious as ever. They do not want this opportunity, this gifted first kill to drift away as we drift away from what was almost a gifted second. 1 health, Shuri. And they have often been a name that's been a rebuttal to the approach of Kinotrope. Them alive is more important than anything. The bees start to break their way across here. More focus, more drive and direction. No response. There's C4 in the pocket of Chibisu. Hasn't quite acted
Still in that closet.
Yeah, those 2 Maestro cameras. I talked about it before, the Flores drones. There is something irritating about those shells that mean that you have to be so precise with the Flores drone.
Yes, which I thought that Bravo might have been the better opportunity to go for. You're just going for a quick hack, and then, you know, they're yours and yours to play with. But they live for now, and they have to go for a different approach. And it seems like the triple wall will be the next that they want to make fall, but there is an Evil Eye still around, question mark. I'm not sure if they've taken that one down as they go very aggressively and dangerously in the hallway.
It's a 4 versus 2. There's not many seconds left, though, so it'll just take a moment to stop it. But now it's all down to Black Ray to try and keep the team fighting. The plant is secured. A 3 versus nobody is Kinotrope. They move past not only the team that stopped their almost historic run through best of 3 quals last time. They go 1 best of 3 away from getting towards the Montreal Major, getting that first spot finish, and crossing that massive divide of the top 2 teams in the Japanese League this split.
We mentioned Kegosaka was one of those teams to beat if you want to make it, and they have done it. A 7-3 victory on this second map after a 7-5 on Border. All that guarantees them a spot in that qualifying match.
I mean, it's been such a good run so far today, but we'll go to a break before we're back with Rob to talk about it.
Kinotrope are through. That is right. They are going direct to the grand final, and there was barely any friction, Emmy. I know that sounds rough, but CAG, they did not turn out today.
What a story for Kinotrope, right? CAG weren't there. They were somewhere else. They were disappeared. They were struggling on their executes. At the time, they had several different working parts, several different ideas, but none of it came to a congruent end. At the same time, all of that history of Kinotrope being beat by CAG, where they were before to where they are today, I mean, what a huge momentum driver and what a huge win today has been.
Well, I mean, this is the beautiful thing about Kinotrope, right, Hap? Like, we kind of looked back to stage one, and both sets of playoffs, they actually performed incredibly well in across best of three series. Today, it still felt like CAG had the upper hand. I mean, you look at the last 5 times they have played each other. Kinotrope have not won a single series. They've actually only won a single they've only won one map, and that was in a best of 3. So the fact that Kinotrope win this is actually like, it's monumental for them as a roster.
It's a Kinotrope revenge tour. That's just where we're at right now. They missed out twice last time. They want to make sure that this is their moment to shine. They are the ones that will be going towards that major and represent their region on the big stages. So honestly, like, they played extremely well today. I don't think Kagasaka was actually at any point having the upper hand in any of these games. You know, maybe 1 of 2 of these rounds they were like truly dominating, but all the other rounds they won. I don't think they were that special. And you know, and if we think back of Clubhouse, the only like round that stood out to me was the fact that the Maestro Bubbles were able to stop all the Heartbreach, were able to almost kill the person that was defusing, but somehow that turned into, you know, from a 4v2 into a 1v2. So that like, it's just the mistakes were everywhere.
Yeah, all over the board, unfortunately, for CAG, and that now punishes them, putting them down into the last chance qualifier matchup, which will essentially be for 3rd place in the Japan League as well. So that's really, look at the timing on that one. It's really upsetting to see that from CAG, especially without a fight in the semifinals. But again, sometimes it's not your day, and it definitely was not their day. However, we turn to a different matchup now, Emmy. Scars and Crest. I'll be honest with you, I don't think it's going to be as close. I have a feeling that Scars are probably... There's a potential for a 2-0 here as well.
Yeah, I said at the start, it might be 2-2-0 games. If this one goes away from Scars, I mean, the world is upside down.
Well, I'm technically in the only place in the world that is upside down, right? Like, is that how that works, Emmy?
I think
Can
so.
I claim that? It's kind of
The
like
entire southern equator.
down under, upside down, all that fun stuff. But it is time for us to go to an extended break. On the other side, Scars showcase their ability in the semi-finals against Crest Gaming.
calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rappeler la mise, petit pas sur la piste et le succès je l'ai pisté, vise que la place du premier, fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
tulips in a twist. Hand out bars like communists. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man here, think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand out bars like communists.
This is what we've been training for.
There is no angle we can't cover. We are Rainbow.
Reporting for duty.
Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the Wraith! And I think he might just find it!
Welcome back. It is now time for us to turn our attention to the second semi-final of the night here for the Japan League, and this will be a very hard tale to tell if you're a Crest fan. This is a massive game. I'm a little worried, Emmy. I'm a little worried. They're going up against, for me, the best team in Japan.
Yeah, and maybe even the best team in the whole Asia region. And I think that's one of the sort of statements about Scars, how much they've grown as a team, pressures that they can put on an international stage. It's not that they are gifted bots. It's not that they don't fight for them. And that's one of the things about this roster is over the past year and a half, they've transformed so much to become the dominant force in this region. You know, it was always that conversation of who's going to step into the mantle. It was once upon a time Nora Rango.
Yeah.
Then it went in towards being CAG, and now you're looking at Scars as being that team, that roster that's just been so solid in their performances.
Yeah, they have, and there's really no two ways about it. If you look at, I mean, statistically, any which way you want to put it, statistically, form, history at the moment, I think it's been like a year and a half, really, that Scars have been at the top end of this. They have been an indomitable force in the Japan League, and will continue to be so. I don't think that right now there is enough competition that can really touch this team. But, I mean, if any team is going to do it, maybe the underdog, maybe the storyline could be manipulated a little bit. It's a difficult one. Crest come into this as the heavy underdogs. They've still had a decent league, all things considered, Hap. It's not like we're sitting here calling Crest out for an awful stage. You know, they've improved quite dramatically from stage 1 earlier this year, but is it enough to compete against the best?
I mean, considering Scars has won the last 6 seasons of the Japan League, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Like they do have to really step up big here if they want to if they want to be that underdog and cause the upset as well. And we've seen them play yesterday, and yesterday they did well. Like, I'm not saying they didn't do well, but there's still like visual room for improvement that they could, you know, utilize and truly elevate themselves to the next level. They can be proud, however, of, you know, how far they've already how far they've come, and now is a great learning opportunity, and also a big opportunity to try and at least, you know, take a map, maybe even cause that upset. Because if they do upset Scars, then truly that big final is just all open who can take it.
Well, that's it, right? If I mean, could you imagine in which a world in which CAG and Scars both don't make the final? I'm just theorizing here. That could be a lot of fun, but I'm not going to go too deep into that storyline. Just given the fact that Scars now just have everything in their favor. Momentum is heavily with the dominant force in Japan, so it is what it is. Crest Gaming have looked better, but they're going to have to look a hell of a lot better than what they even did throughout the stage. It's hard to manipulate the conversation in any other capacity, Emmy. I don't really know if we've got any other graphics we can show that might actually support Crest's storyline here, because I don't even think that there's a tale we can spin. You know, you look back to any kind of game that we've seen them in best of threes, and they still haven't been able to perform in those games themselves. Maybe you could look back to their Crest's semi-final and go, hey, they beat Exist. Exist didn't look all the greatest yesterday. Maybe I'm on the cope there. But, I mean, this probably shows the clearest divide in terms of how different these two teams approach just the best of one, you know. It's not by any means a clear-cut close competition, so I don't know, Emmy.
I think that's
what hope do you have?
The hope is that they're on the up and up, and that's all you can really hope about, right? Is anyone going into this game against Scars, it could be, you know, any of the other teams from the region, and you would be thinking Scars are probably going to win this, and they're good in best of threes, they have a consistency. They're good in best of ones, they have a consistency. You can't really break that from Scars. So instead, what you have to build up is that Crest, let's be honest, you know, they haven't been a great team in this region for a while. They struggled massively in the first split. They had a better second split. They had a start of a revenge tour yesterday where they, you know, built up, and everything on a graph from that perspective and that specific angle is on the up and up. And they could try and continue that, but it's also the conversation of maybe against a different opponent that 110% would work. You're going to need to hit 120, 125 to beat Scars.
I think you're being too modest there. I think you're going to hit nearly 200% to get to that point, because they've just been... Yeah, they've just been so consistent for me, Scars, and when it comes to BO3s, for me it just feels like they enter a different realm, a different stratosphere, because the small mistakes that you might be able to capitalize on in a single best of one just get absolutely thrown out the window when you head into these best of threes. You know, you've got that room to make an error in the first half of your first map and bring it back and, you know, kind of, I guess, gain the momentum into the second map. Let's have a look. Once again, we're going to see Border. Excited for that one. It does look as though this, however, is a Crest first preference. Whether it's going to be a first preference when it comes to Scars or not, I will wait to see. Labs as well. I'm interested for a Labs. Always love a bit of Labs out here. And Crest will start on the defense there. Hap, do we see this make it to a third?
I don't think we will.
That's fair.
I mean, Labs is just like, it's becoming like a new kind of clubhouse. Consulate as a decider, rough. Like, honestly, I just see Scars as such a fundamentally like better team, like with having everything really, you know, going for them. So it's like they really need to have like a bad day, and Crest needs to have a game plan super on point to specifically target Scars if they want to win it here.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to very quickly make a point here for Border. Definitely, like maybe over the last year, it's not been a favor for Crest, but I would say at least in the league phase so far, they haven't banned it out once. And they've, also won it once. So I don't know. I think that right now this graphic isn't going to give you the greatest picture for Crest. However, you could definitely take away the conversation for Scars. Their map pool is just going to be so deep, Emmy, that it doesn't really matter what preference you have, what map you want to go to. Scars is most likely going to have the full run of the mill.
Yeah, I think this is it. I think the reason they've gone to Border is they had a decent performance yesterday. I'm not going to say it was a great performance, but it was enough to get them past and get them the win against and it's a bit chaotic. And Border can offer you that. When you're against the team and things are stacked against you, don't go to the heavy tactical map. You're onto one next. Obviously, Scars have gone to it saying, yeah, we can outplay them on Labs. Labs still has intricacies that are being worked out from a team-based game. It is setups, it is takes. Border is, you can throw yourself into it and you can try and fight your way out of it, and you'll be in a good situation. So I can really understand why they've come here, but it's also the risk that you got to hope that the guns of Scars aren't firing as hot at the start of the showdown.
That's a very big hope. Maybe you could even say cope, that's for sure. We head into the second semi-final of the night. Kinotrope waits for the victor in the grand final of this series. The underdogs in Crest, they take big dogs, Scars, to Border to kickstart.
It's early. Too early to be barking. What kind of dog would you think you would be, Hap?
Golden Retriever.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Don't think there's any debate about that. All right.
Does Rob be like a bulldog, like a pit bull?
Yeah, I could see that.
Not like Pitbull, the guy.
Oh. Mr. Worldwide.
Mr. Worldwide. That's not Rob. We are in Rimless territory. Pretty consistent movement in the meta at the minute. They're in a good spot, so they need to be taken out of the spot. Got Border again, as I said. It plays aggression. It plays gunfights. It plays snappy. Well, you want to make sure that it's no longer snappy.
Now, Scars have played this twice over the regular season so far. They played against Vite with a 7-2 victory. That was starting off on the defense. 5 rounds, they managed to get there. And they played it against Others Back, which was a 7-1 victory, where they managed to get 5 rounds on the attack. Now, those are the 2 bottom-rated teams in the league, however, so how much you want to take out of that, that's up to you. But it does mean that they've only lost 3 rounds, and, the last 2 times that they have played it, so they're definitely more than capable on this map.
So, back to Border. I'm actually really happy we get Labs, because
I was ready for this to be a Border clubhouse consular kind of showdown, because those feel like the 3 new maps. Maybe Chalet in there as well.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday I did Border Consular Bank Chalets. Get a nice test, but I haven't had a good Labs in a while. Obviously, the real treat would be the new map. We're probably not going to get that. I would be amazed.
No, it doesn't feel like it. We'll see it for tomorrow. Maybe for the 3rd place decider, who knows?
That'd be fun. What is fun is how this one starts. Now, as I said, Crest hope, their ambition in coming to Border, why we're here over a lot of other maps, is that you're not playing, as I said, that setup and takedown, teardown style of Siege. You get aggression, you can get some of those sneaky bits of movements. We saw it play very well in our showdown just earlier today, Kinotrope. They were able to set themselves off to a good start, which led to a great finish on Clubhouse against the technically better team currently, Kagasaka. Now, it's 2 different teams, 2 different showdowns and 2 different levels, but if Scars can suffer a similar fate, if Crest can capture a little bit of that lightning in the bottle play, who knows where they can ride that lightning to.
That's it. Especially on a map like Border, you can start off with momentum, and you mentioned it's chaotic. It's where the most opportunities will be given to teams, and if you manage to ride this one out to an actual map win, at least you're going to have constant on the line, but you know, you might be able to just dent any mental or momentum just enough so you have a good opportunity on that heavy map as well. Which is Nighthaven Labs. So far, nothing really happening yet, just some rotations being made. Greg doing so, or at least opening a small area. Knew that there was a player out there, I guess. Lua dropped. And now instantly aware of the fact that someone might be inside the tellers.
Bishlike gets the second. Rento's knocked out as well. And I mean, they're trying to pinch this player here, but said they might try and catch Scars by surprise. Scars are sharp as ever. There's the C4 caught outside. They're going to follow it up with the gun as well. Wishoy takes care of Choppy. And hello, Crest. Welcome to a Scars game. Pretty much that lead through. Fantastic players. I said it before. For my money, easily one of the best teams in the whole of the APAC region at the minute. They never seem to slow down or let up here. There's Wishoy getting a second. Akuli does get one. And they were the big saving grace on Border yesterday. Their clutch was massive. A 1 versus 5 post-plant clutch was the reason that Crest were able to fight through the map. But no offense exists. There is a difference between 1 versus 5 clutching against Exist and going against Scars.
Well, this is the kind of contract you sign if you decide to go to Border. Like, it can just be a game, and it can just be a game. And this feels like this is going to be a game for Crest here, where, you know, 300km/h peaks are about to be coming around the corner as soon as they even have an idea of where you are. Very dominating start to the round. Just finding the individual picks initially. Then the follow-up, of course, you know, you see on the balcony. I mean, it's just all clean. A single kill to be in response, and Arcurley, the savior of yesterday, not able to make any magic as of yet. My feed is frozen. Is yours as well?
Nope. Still got sound. The game itself is paused.
Okay, that's it then.
But you can still hear the game sound. Means
yeah, I hear the game sounds
the
fine.
feed is fine. This is something on the fan end. Maybe there's just something that's being checked out. We'll sit and we'll wait. Hopefully, our colleagues won't be able to select an operator. Rento, you assume, is the problem right now. Hey, look, there's Rhea Ripley. Is that Ripley? Doesn't really. I don't know a lot about wrestling.
See, I'm not a big wrestling, like, knower either. You hear the names.
I play the games because I like to make people, and because of that I'm clued up. And I'm pretty sure that was the skin. And then there was the Undertaker,
I'm
was
checking.
Blackbeard.
Yeah, I know Blackbeard got one.
There's the Ready Jacks. That was tech pause. As that timer starts moving. There it goes. Oh. This is your fault.
Sorry.
Why did you why you open the production
I
day?
mostly cursed myself.
No, but you also, like, you don't say these things, right? For the context, they didn't say anything bad, but if you're in a show,
rude, by the way.
you don't say, oh, there's going to be no tech pauses. You don't say, oh, there's going to be tech problems. Because then there will be. Like, you just don't will it into existence.
Yeah, I apologize.
It's like they say,
Confusing.
break a leg, you know?
Well, that's supposed to be said, right?
Yeah, because you can't say...
Well, I said, just wait for all the tech issues.
Stop testing things.
That's what I said.
Stop.
Okay.
Scars. Very strong opening round. Crest taken a bit by surprise. See how long this lasts. They're able to be very aggressively exploratory on their defense. Quick reactions, quick pings, and great pinches. The first kill was fantastic. Gets themselves the hole on the passport wall, screams their way all the way to jail, and tears the head off of the player that was underneath the one inside CC and security. It's just that awareness, that in-tune energy that Scars have.
And it doesn't even have to come from cams. It's just the guy being like, I hear someone below me, and then being like, okay, you know, I got that. Don't worry. And indeed, he had it. Just what you like to see. A little bit of damage done early. Fish like taken down from the rappel. Choppy. Thanks that kill. It's a good opener. Needs to be careful though. Just instantly swung on by the Legion. Instantly removed from the board as well. There's your heart breach gone. Second one as well as they move up on the staircase. Oh, there's one on the window. Let's see. Maybe Nina is going to lead into the... Oh, behind him! Amaru just repelled in. Rento able to get that kill. At least turn it back into a 3-on-3, but that almost went south.
Yeah, Rento, they had the reaction to sort of get in. It was maybe half a second delayed, so it wasn't a clean take. But importantly, they got the kill. They can keep it as a sort of trade in their books. 3 versus 3 can pick on. Smoke still on the board. Legion getting more and more powerful. They've limited the amount of explosives potentially in the pocket team itself, but they kind of start to buy themselves some more time. Think about where the site is, where that hatch is, and what this smoke is going to try and do with it. As soon as this pressure gets a little bit too hot for Caillou, they'll drop out, feel their way away. Wishoy has some of the cover, but they have to make sure that they don't throw themselves accidentally into an incident. The window itself, still a bit of a pressure point that they can watch on. Press need to try and formulate where they're going to prod. You can see the rotate round towards the bottom of square. Bottom of the eastern stairs. A bit of damage done. Caillou does find Rento. There's that win across the top face. Now it's Crest trying to push flat, laterally in towards the site.
I have to. Don't really have the luxury to go over the top, but that does bring risks as Arcully will go down. Sledgehammer to go over to try and recover. I believe some verticality from above might be made as well, but at least the pickup is there. The drop comes in. Oh, there's the confirm. So Arcully, the second one, forces Lua to basically walk through a triple Capcan trap. Just quickly taken down, but he leaves basically out of time. 7 seconds. He has to stick. They know this. And he's just gonna wait. And so does Lua. And the time will run out.
Played it so smart. Knew exactly where they're going to be watched from, knew exactly where they needed to be, didn't overextend, didn't throw themselves into it, didn't give them the 1 versus 1 because why bother? The Capcans getting Arcully is a bit of a blow. It revealed the fact that there was triple, so at least if you're going to charge through one of the doors, it's the one that downs you, not the one that kills you. At the same time, they may as well have been killed. As soon as they stood up and took 2 steps, they were shot right back down from the seating area. Just the rough opener there. Getting 1, but everything instantly responded to by Scars. Within that sort of 7-second window of trades, or 5 seconds, however you count it. I understood the word Capcan.
Yeah, a Fargat as well. Probably just like got the down on the back of it, something like that. I don't know. It's a great opening for Scars, and they possess a skill that not a lot of teams have, and is to realize that sometimes doing nothing is better than doing something. And, the end of that last round was perfect for that. It's a 1v2. It's 9 seconds left. He has the plant. There's no need to swing. And the amount of times I've seen it, like in the playoffs here as well, where people just swing when it's not necessary, and they die on the back of it, and suddenly an opportunity gets created. It's dangerous. Like if, for example, if the player on the hatch would have swung with like 5 seconds left, he would have died. It would have been an opportunity to plant at that point because the other person was all the way in open area. It would have been too long to actually come in and cancel that. But just that patience, it's such a valuable skill to have in this game.
At what point does Crest think things are going away from them? They took the gamble and hope that this map, the success they had it as the momentum lead in yesterday, be the same story. Now they opened strong yesterday. Guys, they're not giving them that benefit this time round. Try and put themselves in a good sort of mix of approach. I wouldn't say a specific one as a response towards what's ahead of them. They have to maybe deal with the mirror charges, but it's otherwise seemingly more driven on, okay, how can we just take generic control, right? The hard breach to cut your way across. Base isn't massively in response towards these big open holes that are otherwise in it. You can sort of see the single wall is reinforced and electrified, but pressure comes across. There's at least a bit of destruction onto the mirror window to get the verticality, make it more awkward. This wall was always just a gamble. It was a place for them to be aggressive out of. There's at least one take. Put out from the back end and not traded back on.
Bit of a question there whether or not they were going upstairs, but seems like there is going to be a bit more focus on the horizontal approach now. We're in ventilation workshop. There needs to be something done out there. Wisho just spots out a player there, leans in first, misses the opportunity. So you know what? Time to go for a second time. Still coming away with full health though, as kills in the plant are being attempted.
Players just going for it, and they're trying to fish for the kill. They find it pretty easily. Now at this point, 50 seconds in a cold kit, they hoped that they could sneak in, but the audio was not covered. You still had 2 players above the vertical because, well, they had been forced there. The pressure was all coming out around Archives, outside AC. Lua does finally cut their way across. There's another player to deal with, and as they get stuck
From below.
in a Fenrir mine, Tayu from below. Picks up the pieces. Single, stuck in the corner, not going to go anywhere from that, but 20 seconds, Tayu. Akali is a breath away from death. There's no utility really in the pockets outside of the drones they can try and manipulate, but with 14 seconds, just needs to hit the diffuser planter. The cover is there though, Akali. As I said, he was the Tour de Force player yesterday with Crest, especially on border. He makes them cement their first round.
Good on them. They had the entry. They were, had to try and bring that one across. And that almost went wrong. Like, as soon as they decided to go for the plan, they abandoned any hopes and just intentions of having that verticality under control. And of course you'll lose out your planter that way, either post-plant or before it even finishes. And also Arculi, by the way, there, coming very close to dropping in that fight all the way down to 1 HP. So crucial that he got that kill, and then the cover afterwards as soon as the plant was being reattempted. And that completes the first rotation. Not perfect for the side of Scars. They will be going back towards that top floor now. This time. Seeing any mirror placement like we had last round. Quickly dealt with, by the way, from the out. We do see a very aggressive setup just to challenge Break Room entrance. Break Room is such a crucial part of the map. Is it, you have the CCTV connecting right next to it. That's basically the room that you want to have secure if you want to go for a main breach assault. If you cannot get Break, if you cannot get CC, you're basically forced to go to office and try and go for a backtake. And it seems like that's what they're going to do, but it might be a bit of a quick approach. Seeing that the Ossa is there, the glass is there, I just want to try and plant as soon as it possibly can. But there's 2 C4s and a Warden on the other side, so I'm not sure how well it will work out.
Now this was a tried and tested and failed plant multiple times yesterday. The classically through, and not just for those other reasons, but there was a bit of a reliance and dependent play around a Thatcher that frustrated me to no ends because it just didn't work. They gamble, they're cutting the C4 off the pass, and usage of utility here. There's the bait, there's the gamble, there's a tiny bit of damage done. An early C4 throw doesn't connect, but the gun sure does. Wishoy finds Lua, gets rid of the Ash. Not the worst operator to lose yet, but a strange loss when you know that you're still just juggling utility at this point. The Ash to try and push up, kind of removed. You want to let this bait play come out. Choppy does find Wishoy. And a bit of revenge around the back end. Now the Ossa needs to step in, bait out. Well, no more smoke canisters, no more C4s. There's the player underneath of Nina. Nobody's specifically gone for the fight apart from Eclair now feeling not confident enough, and they're going to re-drone it and reject it.
Well, they've just re-droned it. Don't see anybody out there. Doesn't mean that there is nobody around, though. Zarkuli is on the hunt. He's downstairs. Does he know? The beepers are going to be giving away his position now. There's a drone spotted. They know they've rotated around. The plant's coming through right now. He has the opportunity to strike against our Cully, and they instantly have to pull back, Emmy.
I mean, just popped round, swung about, and showing the door there. You can hear the Ostas still trying to deploy. They're being shot at the feet in the angle. There's the hop up here, and the execute there. Wreck absolutely tore them apart. In the up high position, the Doctor is in. Taiyu's back to full. They're going to try and get the smoke cover, but an idea, unfortunately, fraught with peril. Now, that smoke canister playing off the audio. They don't need to swing until they need the fight, and the audio giving the clue that the rotate has happened off towards office. I don't know about the player dug in the side of Fountain. Look at it again, Scars. They're just not swinging in. They're not giving them these free engagements. They're making sure everything is hard fought. They are playing for keeps and to win. And there's almost the first fight, but instantly picked back up as soon as they swung on the engagement.
This is exactly how you're supposed to be playing these end game situations. You have a 2-man advantage. Why would you be swinging, right? Like, you don't want to give him 1v1. So what they did, they set up for a crossfire. Knew he was going into office. Has to go through that Fountain, like, open area, you know, double door. And they were ready. As soon as he would do that, it's going to be an instant double swing to come through. So Scars, so far, pretty dominating 3-1 lead. It's not like the rounds are close.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
One Crest 1 was the closest.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
I kind of had to like chuckle a little bit because it's like you finally dealt with the threat below, and then suddenly there's someone right above you just firing at you as well. It's like you put down that shield to try and be safe, but they still manage to find like ways around it by playing below you and above you.
At this point here, 3-1 up on their defense. You know, arguably, for your defense on border, they've done more than enough so far. They've just felt uncontested, I think, on some of these sites and some of these positions. Rest trying things. You can see them running the numbers. It's not that they're just throwing things into the gauntlet sort of against anything, but it just seems to be that level of difference currently, unfortunately, where they have the full idea of, oh, this is where they want to come from. We have, oh, this is the plan. Well, we've got our second plan. We've got our follow through there. Well, Choppy gone.
No. Jash gone. Mirror windows will be a little bit safer now. Not going to see any of those explosives deployed on those mirror windows. Probably will come down now to... There's no grenades either, so it's Selma. Or someone being brave enough to run up to it and hope that you're not going to get shot on the way there. But by the way Scars have been playing, probably will not be the case. So how are you going to be approaching now? You still see a little bit of pressure towards break. 2 players on this balcony out here. Arcady will find Wreck.
Defender is exposed.
Now goes aggressive. He's thinking something out there, but rotates out, plays the mirror window now. CC has been abandoned, so they've been given CCTV. That's fine, you can have it. There's not much they can do with it anyway at this time.
Ooh, seconds away from a swing, but they do find the fight on the other side. Good motion. By Rente, get rid of Fishlight. What can they try and make this now? They've been able to get themselves this body advantage. They've been able to get themselves a good shutdown, but you've still got late game utility, late game danger. Megumine in your ankle. Worry of the smoke getting the lockdown. The quick response of, I know where that's placed. I'm going to pre-fire onto it. Things come out a second later. Nina doesn't want to get entirely cut off, but when you're a person who can jump up and down hatches, more than able. Cause some problems. Not quite in a place to catch them there, but you know, they seemed aware of it. Dash past, want to lean back in the fight. They're about to get pressured from above. The hatch is going to get dangerous for them in just a second. Nice little angle they're watching it from there.
I think they're going to try and pressure Nina from the hedge above him, though. He's actually going to go for the swing as it gets taken down, so... Rest, a 2-man advantage right now. However, still needing to drop towards the actual side. It's only up to Tayo now. In a 1v4, he knows where they're coming from, at least some of them, but he is definitely being overwhelmed slowly but steadily as he goes off at the worst timing. That's siege timing for you there. Crest finding themselves with a second round. It started off not too great, but the drone game afterwards was on point. They were able to locate some of those roamers and deal with them as they were trying to go aggressive. So Scars' game is slightly being hampered in that round. Something you got to do now as well. Your last attack round. You don't want to go into this in a 4-2. It's going to give you too much freedom, or give Scars too much freedom. That's what I meant, by the way. Good drone usage. I believe that was a ping coming down onto the Oryx there as well, so aware of the fact that he was downstairs and still around that door.
And they get themselves the even half. They're able to convert that to a win yesterday after it was a bit of fighting. I like that free cam there, because obviously we had the pop-up of the skin ad. It looked like it was just advertising it on the machine. It's mixed media now.
10 seconds remaining.
To be honest, you know, for the attention span of everybody nowadays, we gotta make sure that we're... What do you say?
Objective is to
Gotta spice it up.
Yeah, I gotta spice it up. Soon I'm gonna get like Assassin's Creed parkour, you know, in the top of your screen, just keep things interesting. Alright. This is a side you do not often see, by the way. Customs is very rarely played. We saw it yesterday as well, however, and you just saw that, you know, supply was the point of interest. Like, you want to get in there, you want to plant. There's not that much. Like, there's no verticality that's holding it off. You just have, you know, all those long walls that you can try and fire through, but there's also a bunch of cabinets that provide you with a little bit of cover. It's quite hard to hold off on the defense, and it requires you to stay aggressive and make sure that they're not really gaining control of the tension and not really gaining control of the main lobby entrance. The drone again. I know exactly where Washu is. Not gonna go for a swing though, just repositioning himself. You know, at this point, he's not, like, harmful right now for the round. Like, it's fine, he could be there. They also have someone in CCTV. They're not trying to take that under control anyway, so you don't have to deal with him at this point. Just hold it off in case they rotate through. The moment they want to go for top floor, though, that's when you want to take out those two players.
Getting this very sneaky first pinch. Is the attempt wreck. Slowly being encircled. Now, it does have some support above him, but the fact that all of his exits are covered, the calls come out, he's going to have to fight his way out. And there's Washoy. The sort of long reach of support. What an angle up from break to get the drop down on the player below. The C4 of Washoy finds Lua doing everything to keep Wreck alive. They thought they were encircling Wreck, and they do finally find the kill, but at the cost of 3 of theirs. And it just shows, again, the intricacies, the cover Wreck had set up around Scars' hold.
Using the exothermic to break into Workshop out here. Eclair, one of the 2 remaining players. Rento looking to get himself in as well, but he's in the opposite side of the map, so, you know, they're going to have to fight a little bit to get to one another and try and go for a bit of a unified push. One is on the top of the metal stairs, and Eclair is just going to try and hop through, but yeah, that doesn't work out. There's 2 people instantly firing at you, and now Rento looking to meet the same fate. As he gives away his position, double capkin on the window will be dealt with, but 15 seconds, and we know what Scars like to do at this point.
10 seconds
Absolutely nothing. They just wait. And that's going to be the round that ends in a 4-2 split for Scars. And that is going to be... Nope, run out. Never mind. Not nothing. They do had that one in the bag. They were getting a little bit adventurous out there. But it's a really good split for Scars. One to be worried about if you're a Crest fan.
I think this is kind of what we expected today. As much as you want to be like, you know, it's still a best of 3 series. It's still a showing. Wreck just... Scars even are just so dominant. And they're playing so well as a team. And that is so hard to come out. It feels like every problem has an answer. And that's the perfect world. really, is having a solution to problems that get posed to you and being able to be calm and confident about it as well. They don't feel like they're being stressed. They didn't get a flawless half, of course not. But they don't feel like they're, you know, going away from this going, everything's falling apart.
The side swap, very important. We do see the Montaigne coming up. It's what I kind of expected as soon as we saw the Blitz being banned, but the Monty being allowed. It's like, surely the Monty's coming through. Like, it's such a high presence right now in competitive play. Just such a good zoning mechanic that you can use for it. And no matter where you want to push, I think any given site on any given map, there is a way to fit a Monty in that plan. At least one way or another. Twitch getting a lot of value there. Kemra also getting a Mew Gemmer. To make Arculli's position a little bit less secure than he might have hoped. Might actually allow for some of the Heart Breach to come in and start ripping apart that wall to his side. That suddenly makes his entire position a lot less safe, a lot less secure. What are you gonna do, Tayo? He's gonna...
Curious to see if they just try and smash their way through here. Obviously, you don't want to turn your back. That's the problem, right? With that wall being hard on the right-hand side, and with that little opening means that you can't really lay the hard around on the corner if you had it. Try and touch Selma's, but I'm gonna get far. Some work being done. Maybe they're just making sound, trying to draw their attention over towards this angle and say, "Oh, Monty's here," and hope to get that as the call. The Twitch drone's able to get some utility, but the single jammer caught out. Take a little bit more from it.
It's an important one though, because it is the one that stops them from breaching that wall that is on the 90 side. So it kind of fortifies or extends the fortification. It's just walked by the side there. Nina onto the main breach, gets a kill. Now they have the opportunity to just try and go for a plant on main. I'm not sure if they've reinforced this wall or let it soft and make feet holes. Doesn't seem like it's reinforced, but they also haven't made any holes there. So a plant is already possible.
4 versus 4, and there's still a Clara in this slightly dangerous position, but drone rolls out, he takes the drop and gets dropped. Fish-like was there, easy and able to pick it up. The Monty just keeps on moving, and Fish-like has the cement underneath, so should be able to very easily confirm this plan at this point. Lewis going to try and at least fight back into CC, and almost gave his game away with a bit of a pre-fire there, but is able to cement the kill, the swing round. It's a good bit of territory that they've been able to take, but now we've got to try and take underneath as Nina gets one. There's the response. Arculli gets Fish-like. They get that verticality. Lua will have to make a dash, will probably be revealed, so waits for Arculli to get closer here. There's the attention on towards one. There's Nina getting the single fight there, and the Monty becomes a wall, and Nina becomes the end. Strong opening round here from Scars.
And wow, a Monty that isn't used to get a triple kill on the side, but rather just with the shield extended and act as a walking wall, get the plan down. Basically how we saw the operator being played before we saw the shield rework coming through. Still works out. Absolute wonders. 5-2 though. Starting to get a bit scarier, second by second. Yeah. Just walked up to the side, managed to get that kill. Clean lock off afterwards. I think it was the right call, by the way, to try and retake the verticality. They jumped down to find a player that was out there. Still had like S charges on the board as well, so technically they could have opened it up from below, hold it from ventilation if you wanted to for just that extra angle of security. So just preventing anybody from being out there, and then rotating up metal stairs could have worked out. As we're going to bathroom tellers. I didn't see a lot of reinforcements coming around the 90 area. Actually quite a fan when teams hold that. It used to be like done all the way back when Mirror was released. You'd often see players around like 90 trying to make wacky setups around there, and you know, sometimes it still works. You can cook some stuff up if you bring a castle and a mirror, and you can make 90 pretty safe. Basically puts a entire layer between the attackers being able to take CCTV and break at that point, so it's an important lock-off if you manage to hold it.
Monty. Ooh, watching people die. Wrecked. Shredded by Joppy. Mirror, the mirror window playing very well there. Smashed out, but netting the first kill, netting that lead in and just getting out of here safely is the most important part. And Joppy does. Pulls back step by step, does draw some focus, but the most important part was living.
To try and set up a bit of a crossfire, you see, they're doing some extra reinforcements around, I believe that was Fountain. So there's quite a bit of pressure coming down from Scars towards that top floor now. You also have 2 players actually on the ground floor. One of them is being pinged, I think on camera as well, so it might be Nina just trying to find a way to get that kill safely without having to overextend. The pings are out there, they are aware. But not committing just yet, because they might not have the full control to do so, and the phone calls come off. Oh, he's on your corner, Multi, behind you! Is it a friendly?
There is an outline bug.
Okay, never mind. I thought, okay, he's in Fountain. I thought for a second that he was in his corner.
Oh, no, yeah.
That really scared me out there.
Still losing it. You're crazy, Alcully. Crazy about killing Washoy. Gets the drop. Just a Monty and a Finkel left. Nina does find one. Tayu does suddenly find Lua, and they drop down. So, 3 versus 2 with vertical. And a Monty isn't unwinnable. It is awkward because you've got to now drop into this territory. You're going to cover the action. Grenades, the roll through just to catch anything that might be there and go for the plant itself. Could they retake the vertical? Are they going to retake the fight itself? There's a bit of motion coming from Workshop. They're swinging for the engagement. They've been able to get the plant off and secure it, but there's at least a trade out. I was going to say that would be devastating if that went away from them. Closer than it should have been, but Crest are able to at least secure this round 5-3.
Defenders user disabled by defenders. Defender mission success.
I think a retake to the top floor wouldn't have been a bad idea there, to just hop out after that plan went down rather than try and take the fights. Monty could have stalled just a little bit whilst that was happening. But basically got caught down there. It was a 1v2. Had to unshield to take the fight, got shot in the side. Sadly, the shield doesn't protect you anymore at that point. So, 5-3. Rest still bringing it in close enough. Almost a double there, by the way, on the follow-up.
Nice. Nice, guys.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And we're back to Ventilation Workshop now. So, you'll still see heavy top floor kind of hold. Verticality, super important out here. Fuse is being swapped out for a Nomad. For a second there, I thought, like, it's also quite deadly if you don't have that under control, because your entire site can just be demolished from above.
10 seconds to go.
And a Montaigne being swapped out for a Twitch. They're not going to go for it again. Maybe the Kapkan being the difference maker there. Just a lot of gadgets in general. Like, if you look at it, everything can be affected by that Twitch. The goo mines, the Fenrir FNATs, magnets, EDDs, and the jammers. Would make life a lot easier.
Scar's still in a good position to push this one out over the edge. They obviously pulled up Monty. They're going to see if they can try and, I guess, maybe play. And you're listing a lot of gadgets there. Double denial here.
Yeah.
Triple if you count Dockerby pulling people off of looking at cams sometimes. It just gives them maybe something else to work with. Some sort of focus. It's not that they were really falling victim towards those traps, those plays, but find themselves a pocket of safety. Rento. Shoulder away as he hears the Candelas pop elsewhere. They're able to press control above. They're going for a quick motion. Do they know how close someone is? And this time it is an outline bug. Hapaclair is 2 feet away and gets the C4. And then the drop follow through. Saves them from suffering a post-plant situation. Now, there were obviously 2 kills that were traded against them in the same breath. But most importantly, they keep vertical. They keep that kit from going down. They keep control of the site. They do still have all of that in their favor in this 3 versus 3.
Now the push was coming down as the Logic Bomb was called. And it was the Mute. He was playing on top of a Mute Gemmer, so his phone didn't ring. They had no idea he was out there. That's why he was able to strike with such a big impact. These were just very reliant on the call that was being made at that point, and all that goo mine followed up with a Nitro Cell. It's definitely putting things in favor of Crest here. Still Leclerc very low on HP, but he's alive and fighting. The diffuser is down. Needs to be recovered. Verticality is being controlled. Someone just jumped down from the metal stairs, manages to get the kill, and leaves it up only to Fishlike.
From the top rope. Now, a 1 versus 3. Now, lots of time for Fishlike, but no drones, no Candelas, no hope. I was going to say, he's even laughing about it. They haven't been the ones that have usually fallen to those traps, but...
It's always so goofy when you just see it as the final kill cam. Well. Tactical timeout. Scars need to have a little chat. Because the last few rounds have been rough. And they've now seen the 3 sites. Those will most likely be the 3 sites that we'll see rotated back to as well. And thus, you know, there might be 1 or 2 things that they've noticed that they need to discuss quickly now before they go into what is the last 3 rounds of regulation. They want to lock it off here, by the way. You know, they want to get the next 2 rounds, be done with it, go over towards that next map, which is more strategical, more sturdy.
I think that's the sort of moment now, right, is whether that's the conversation of, all right, let's stop Crest momentum, or all right, let's get this locked in. As I said, it's not that they were sort of resting. Not that they were resting on their laurels earlier. And I'm not going to say that they've got complacent. It's good movement here again from Crest. They're complemented the very beginning of the round in the previous one, where you had the Monty sort of back and forth Valkyrie, and then in that round you had the retaking the remotion. Sure, Eclair was huge to get 2 kills and stop the plant itself, but then the positions that they then adopted, they made sure that what they gave away and what they kept were vital parts of the map, vital parts of the site itself. And then, you know, they just seem very responsive currently. In Scars, I think they just need to find a way to go, okay, where are things falling apart for our takes here? They're doing clean parts, and there's just one problem they can't seem to get. They're getting very close. That's the worry for Crest. Crest get to have that conversation from the positive, not from the negative.
And the thing is as well, right, like that last round, it would have worked out if it wasn't a Mute on the Mute Gemmer. Like, they would have known he was out there in that case, and they would have been able to respond to it, or at least not go for the plant. It's those small things. Because that was almost a success round. Until it wasn't. And now, again, gaining information. We're also playing those information ops in terms of Zero. I don't see a lot of him around anymore. And Deimos, of course, having the opportunity to target just a specific operator that could be a nuisance, trying to neutralize the threat, or at least call out where they are located. That hatch is going to be opening up because of that RC Rotero. It's going to give Rento a little bit less square meters to play around before he drops accidentally. Shoy down below would be there to catch him if he drops.
Curious where this first body is going to fall now, sort of watching and waiting every single angle, and that's the joys of Border. They steady some control, it's Lua. Hunts down Washoy, pushes in. Again, all of this territory feel uncomfortable, unnatural. You can see the Monty's knocking on the door, but you know, they're just going to try and, I think, keep things a bit closer. There's the Monty getting the read on the Warden, not too far away. They don't just want to throw themselves into a plant. There's the chance of Eclair getting that C4 over the top. How they were able to stop the plant in the previous round, they know how to utilize the gadget. Nina's I was going to say the backline support, but they're gone. Here's Eclair pushing up towards the Monty. There's a bit of a smoke canister that forces some of the momentum. They're going for the pressure, and that canister goes behind them as well. Monty's doing a great job of making things awkward, but needs something to act as a support, whether they get close enough for the fight that Crest were not giving them. Beautifully played. They just kept themselves 2 steps away from Monty. There wasn't quite the offer of the gunfight over the shoulder. There's the 3rd smoke canister pop. The 30 seconds. C4 isn't quite going to stop them here. They've baited out all the utility, whether they know that or not. They're in a good position to try and move this in. Monty needs to bait the audio as Fishlike pushes up, cuts one. Wants to try and find the fight on the second. They're back and forth either way, but 15 seconds. They have to try and cement this plant. They've got the cover and protection underneath. One of the players is there, but it's Arcully. Gets the kill. The Fenrir through the open floor that the C4 made. They said they were down there, and that was the one thing that couldn't be fixed. Crest Gaming round by round.
Creeping ever closer and closer. Just too much reliance there. Maybe taking too long as well to truly move. The Monty was in sight for what felt like the entire round. Dancing back and forth, wasting the utility. And of course you have to. You cannot just go plant safe, like, instantly, that freely, with 2 nitro cells and a bunch of smoke canisters on the board. But this was the point where they should have gone for the plant. As soon as that 1 kill fell, you still had control of the side office. Dig in deep, start planting, get yourself in a safe spot. Because now it's 5-5 and things are suddenly starting to get dangerous. As I said before, you know, 4-2 when Scars had that first half, that is a scoreline to be afraid of as a Crest fan. They've just nullified it. It's just a sprint now. 2 more rounds in this map to decide who takes the first.
It's a surprise to have gotten here, really, from how the game opened up, and the fact that technically, you know, Crest have obviously threaded more rounds in a row now than Scars were able to. And yeah, it's Crest's map. They're on their defense. Scars are onto their second half of it, and their less preferred half. They're taking their time out, and things are still gone away from them. You don't want to be huffing copium. But also, let's be honest, this is closer than we thought it was going to be, especially with how dominant Scars have been recently. It's not even just a statement on Crest, it's that everybody, apart from one team that's gone against Scars, has suffered about a 7-2 loss. And here, on the start of Border, it's the start of a best of 3. It might not be a map that they usually like to go to. I mean, it's a map they can't play. They look like Crest get themselves in this position here. The Monty of Caillou, consistency, taking territory hasn't worked. Really, but working better than some of the things, I suppose, is what they think. The blinds come out, they're moving in towards the site, they don't have vertical, they throw out the smoke canisters, they're going to go for this little positional plant here. The audio will come through. Eclair, are they trying to thread another C4 from the opening? They're not quite able to make it count. There is the drop, but the Monty survives on 5. They just could not get the lineup on the C4. You could see them trying to find it. Wreck does get Arcully. There's Rento getting Nina. The Monty is just in that corner. With the upside down rappel that is obviously the wrong color outline. You know it's going to be an attacker, but it doesn't matter. Not the one that gets the kill on them. There's the trade back in from Passport.
Time.
15 seconds to get to the kit. Still have a Monty in the upside down rappel of Fishlike. They are the first to secure themselves. Surely.
He needs to go.
Yeah, there it is.
I was like, surely that doesn't go away from them. I mean, it was 16 seconds when they started flooding the site, and I mean, the Monty dropped, of course, it was 5 HP. The C4 just delayed. And then just throwing bodies at the problem. It's the best they could have done at that time. Almost managing to get away with it. I think it was like 1.5 seconds left. If it was any other gun than, you know, than an LMG, they might have been able to get away with it. Yeah. finding all three. That puts them up on map point. One more for Scars. And they managed to make it work. They managed to make the Montaigne work. And if you remember, last time we were around here, we also got very close to what could have been a post-plan situation. But it was Eclair, like it was just now, by the way. He was the one that almost stopped that plan from happening. It was just hiding around the corner as the smoke canister came through because he was the only one not caught by the Logi bomb to go off. A great 2K followed. It's gonna be no Dokkaebi this time round, but the Montaigne will still stick.
Scar's just looking for that single first strike, and I love that Cresta refusing to give it to him. Exploring outside the map, confidence of staring down the end of the map. Everything you need to do, make them uncomfortable. You know that you've got a very long, heavy map coming up, regardless of how this one goes. Get into it. If you can stretch this into your win, towards 3 could be a huge boon. There's Lua. Trying to offer some support underneath. And catch Monty. Colonel. Caillou now pushes their way across. I wonder if the rest might change the Blitz ban to a Monty ban. Obviously, you know, we're seeing it have some decent slow usage. Maybe if Blitz was here, it would be sharper, it would be faster, but the way they utilize it is not how you would play it. Great comes the attention on towards it. Z4 just to keep the wall solid a bit longer, and then they still take the drop as well.
They actually managed to get the X-Scarus on the other side. Alright, quick way to drone in. Nina gets the opening kill. That's a huge pick here for Scars. Choppy gone. One of the... I think it's with a C4. He's not going to be able to use that anymore. Eclair still has one in pocket. That's about it. So post plant is looking a little bit safer now. Or a plant, like, in general. And with 70 seconds left on the clock, they need to start pulling the trigger somewhere, and it seems like they are going for a workshop take. They're very heavy around the east side of the map here, both on top and downstairs. And Lou is in a very dangerous position as he leans over the balcony just to tip over as Rek takes him out. And now all they need is an opening to the side to get that Monty inside and start planting.
Not quite close enough to get that done. Please finish your work, Buck. Okay, the Monty's just going to try and go through. There it is. The Monty's in 30 seconds. They have the ping on a single player. They don't have full confidence on vertical. This is the problem. Again, it'll just take a second for this to go away. They're going to keep the shield up. There's a bit of motion above. Rek has the cover on towards Eclair. We are screaming towards the end of this map, and they do finally find the cover, but the Monty shield is back up. Rento's isolated on one side, Arcully's above. They've not been gifted anything. It is down to Arcully to pull this one together, but he can't pull off the magic of yesterday. A longer route and road than we expected halfway through this game, but Scars do find their end result. Can they tie this one up in 2, or can Crest keep stepping it up?
The 7-5 indeed, a bit longer, as you said, than might have been expected, but they take the map home nonetheless. And now, over towards a bit more of a theoretical kind of play, with a bit more of a structural map to come up.
On that structure, maybe we'll start to see something develop here from Scars as they know who they're up to, but what we're up to is a quick break.
Well, Scars are 1-0 up in the series, and it's a convincing 1-0 as well. To be fair, I've got to say, Crest really pushed them to the limit there on their attack. I thought for a second, Emmy, maybe we were going to see Crest get that over the line, but some moments of magic. A nice couple of calls there really turned the tide, and look, Scars felt like the better team by the end of the game. It's just nice to see Crest being competitive.
I like that the pictures of the players is like happy Scars because they won and angry Crest because they lost. But, yeah, I think Crest played much better than I think we expected. It's not that Scars were playing badly. It's not that they were a million miles away. Did the map help? Probably. But Crest did what they needed to do, and that's the most important part. And against a lot of other teams, it would have been a win, but Scars just had enough. I'm not going to say that they were dependent on the Monty to get a lot of the work done. The Monty was consistent with pretty much every single idea if we're going to get the plant down.
Yeah.
And otherwise, that was it. Whether that gets removed for the next map, maybe. But at the same time, you know, Crest did a pretty decent showing so far. They've just got to, unfortunately, them step it up.
Yeah, 4 out of the 6 attacking rounds for Scars that were plants. Tai really played his part phenomenally. You know, you don't need to worry about the kills if you're getting those plants down and really supporting that team. Because not only were 4 out of the 6 rounds were their plants, but 3 of those 4 rounds were converted to round wins. So, you know, however you want to put that, obviously the Monty ends up having a decent impact for Scars. Whether they would be able to win it without it, who knows? That will never be, I guess we'll never know the answer to that one. The one thing for me that probably stands out as the biggest issue here, Hap, look, you can say it's a big issue. Take it or leave it in this conversation, but only 4 entry kills for the side of Crest. So they're definitely, they're struggling on the early rounds.
Yeah, and I mean, it kind of isn't in play with what we've seen as well, right? Like, Scars is just looking for fights everywhere, and they find them either by information or just by face checking things. And whilst at one point it's worrying, it also means that they still have the opportunity to convert some of those rounds into their own round wins. Although, when looking at the stats, they've only not got, like, they got 3 of them converted where they have an entry kill and 2 of them where they didn't. So it isn't still that much to talk about. So yeah, you might want to be a bit more aggressive on getting those first kills.
Yeah, certainly so. We now move across to a more structured labs. Emmy, I don't know what your feeling is about labs, but I feel like specifically in the Asia region, you know, just APAC in general, it feels as though the attacks still aren't fully formulated. I feel as though labs still doesn't play out like it does internationally, which leaves some concern for me, as this is Scars going to their most preferred map.
Yeah, it's like weird to say, hey, it's their first and second preference. When was the last win? Oh, 231 days ago. 362 days ago against System. You know, you can't cite this stuff. It's still fresh. It's still developing. It's not a region that's been scared of new maps, but I think the way that this map handles is something that is definitely still being developed and still sort of being flirted with. And I think Crest are going to suffer from just the vastness of space in this, where Scars are quite good at cutting the sort of chaff away and blinkering themselves on towards what they need to get done.
Yeah, I definitely feel as though of the map pool, you know, your banks, your labs, your lairs are really where you start to see the undoings of teams that just aren't at the top level of their game, or even just the top level in their region. It really starts to run amok. And I feel as though, Hap, the conversation from Border now switching across to labs struggling in the early portions of a round is only going to be amplified, because it's not like you can lose the opening pick and then quickly find a trade. No, this map is expansive. It is very difficult to keep a hold on where some of these defenders are at most times. So, I mean, do we think this might even be a more of an issue as we head to labs?
And it's a more strategical map, and you need all your operators, you need all the gadgets. It's not like you can just throw one overboard and hope that it will be fine. So you got to get that first kill. You got to get that first pick, or at least you got to make sure that you've done what you need to do early, which is what some Heartbreachers say, right? Like, I open the wall, then I'm done, and I can just start fragging for the rest of the round. That's kind of the mentality that needs to go ahead. This was not my choice.
The thing is, when the mouth is moving, it's a nightmare. It's slightly off kilter right now. It's giving you a little bit of an overbite. But when it's just the picture, it looks like you're so in love with Rob. Like, there's just like this romantic stare.
Can my mouth please be put in the right place again? It's just, yeah.
No. Take it away.
Arr.
That was weird. Let's never do that again.
Can you put the mouth on someone else?
Wait for it.
Possibly. Oh, wait. Oh, it's talking for me now. Can you move my mouth all the way towards Rob?
And on that note, we're going to go to a short break on the other side. It could be Scars heading to the grand final.
Well, howdy. We find ourselves here on Labs to see if this could be the end of our day or if Crest can do what was seemingly impossible. Now, they weren't too far away from the impossible on Border. And that's that bit of hope that they can try and hold out, but 80 to 20%, it's still probably pretty fair.
Yeah, I'd say so as well, especially considering the fact we're going to a more strategy-heavy map now. Like, there's a lot more steps that need to be done here, whereas in Border you could, in theory, just run in. Now, the fact that we do not have a multi-ban could mean we see that being reintroduced here by Scars. The Blitz again being removed. Like Crest though, like Crest obviously, if they removed the Blitz, they weren't too worried about the Montagne, but as you mentioned, the way they played Monty doesn't shout, oh, you can do this with a Blitz as well.
Yeah. I think that's the thing, right, is My question was, do they just hate playing against shields in general, or is this a specific sort of removal? You look at their statistics, yeah, Blitz is up there as a ban, but you can also, if you're responsive towards the Monty ban, because of what's happened on Border, as you know, if people missed it, it was part of every single party down. Was apart from one down on Vents, where they just kind of hopped in the window and hoped. You can swap from a Blitz to a Monty. It's not the end of the world. It's a change, but at the same time, it's rather not go against the Blitz here. So I think Scar's free to enjoy themselves, to keep pushing on. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. They get to open on their attacks here. Crest have their defense, but what do they have in sort of waiting for this play? A map that, regardless of what that graphics is about preference, is not one of the most common seen.
Yeah, it's been a while since these teams have played it. So is it really preferred, or was this something both of them have kept in back pocket, just in case they would need it at this time? Now, as they're playing over on the top floor, you'll most likely see some effort being put towards the wall over here. You see already, like, the anchor points are being removed by the Maverick. This is going to give the opportunity for Rek to just look over, see if anybody's trying to come in and contest. Any second now, you see the reinforcements magically disappear. And that means that the skeleton key can now open it up. Beautiful little combination of hard and soft breach together to still open that wall, as if it were a thermite charge. Just none of the risks of the bandit trick to come through.
The Monty looks pretty keen on pushing up on this side. Obviously get themselves control a warehouse and the rafters as well with the IT breach and the pressure. This little space Achilles playing in, they have that pocket reinforcement or not, and they decide to utilize it. Now they want to try and swing and be negative, but I assume, yep, there it goes. Get that wall reinforced. They've seen the Monty. The smoke canister stops them swinging in. There's the ping of the player underneath as well, too. In fact, you can see the ace rotates round, drops lure, Fishlike. Able to get the cement on that, and the other roaming player just dropping out of there. No, Nina! Oh, I was saying Choppy realized that they were being surrounded on, but the Monty decided they didn't just want to be a bystander and absolutely tore the head off of the robot from the far side. Now that other one will remain stationary, a monument to their failure.
And the bulletproof cam, they'll still get some information out of it. But for that, the opening made and instantly closed off with a key bump. No, actually, no, it was denied by Nina before any real pressure came through. And no, it's only up to Rento in the meantime now, as they're all just pushing the side, and a flawless opening. This might be Scar saying, hey, you got close last time. What about we just teach you why we are the top dogs of this region?
Definitely a way for it to start. Definitely a way for it to put the pressure on. I mean, just a beautiful execute. It was so responsive, right? They saw what they needed. They started with their plan. They saw it was set up. They played towards that advantage and played towards that reinforcement being put up on top of the rafters. As soon as the call went out on those players below, we saw at least two other Scars members drop off, rotate, get in the positions, pinch them, and then do quick kills. And you just have to give credit there to Scars, their ability to quickly reassess. And this is the thing where I said it's the dangerous difference between them and a lot of other teams on this map, is that aspect of their game, that aspect of their approach, how quick they can be to pivot from a plan to a plan in response to what's going on. That is what is going to make them so dangerous on this map.
So we've just seen the top floor approach from Scars very quickly in the opening. Now we're going to be seeing them attack the basement. There's two impact TMPs that can be used, of course, to deny the bandit batteries, but it doesn't quite make you safe when you're breaching with a thermite. It's easily tricked out. Please don't start placing it now. Okay, at least he pulled it off in time. And for a second I was afraid there. He was just going to get his first exothermic removed without any response whatsoever. The thing is, they do have rep. So if they do manage to take warehouse under control, they can start creating that verticality. They can remove the bandit battery that's on that wall and also make sure that there's no active tricking going on so they can breach that wall safely. don't want to do it otherwise. You want to make sure that you have that verticality. Also, Buck, of course, could do the same thing with the skeleton key. As the Grimbees are being shut in to see if the first parts of the map are clear.
Now, with their exploration, Choppy's just flirting with the danger. You can see a bit of the approach, a bit of the hold on towards the top of every sort of staircase. I was going to say that they may be playing with vending here, but they've also got the extension off towards the opposite side, and there's the player on the top floor towards the top fish. I think that is, or maybe pushed around a bit further at this point. Gone towards the top of the garage. They've rotated off the top of blue. They're pulling themselves down. Scars are starting to just steal this territory. There's 2 loose crest players now around the warehouse side. That is where the roam has sort of descended itself to. Being droned in, able to just take the free real estate down here.
Also careful though, because it is your heart breach on there, and you know, Tayo still has a job to do as Rek gets the very first. That's Rento gone, the Legion. Another one to fall, Rek. Able to strike through there, just spearheading the site and just completely clearing it, sending in the ram right now. It's like, yeah, you can go ahead, you can start planting. Breaches are being made in the meantime, and it's just a complete shutdown. Everybody's outside the site now. They've just taken the site, they've evicted the defenders, and they said try and get back in.
It's just strong-arming their way through. As you said, sort of, this is what another aspect. This is aspect 2 of what makes them so dangerous in their attack, is they're so good at cutting away. As I was saying, you know, you've got players around top cargo stairs, rotating up fish, they're pushing their way across, they're going in towards... Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if they're in garage. Doesn't matter if they're in warehouse. The site is what they want. Okay, so they push down Exo. They take vending stairs and they just push into the site and they kill the people in front of them. Those people that are on the other side of the map aren't affecting what Scars is doing as an approach. They're not being distracted by the extenuating circumstances of potential success. Instead, they see what they want to put a tick on and they put that tick on it and move on. And here, coming towards this site, Crest, they're still keeping their rotations hot. I don't know if this is the best idea or not, but to be fair, they've got on the back of what is pretty much 2 flawless rounds. So, no, it is 2 flawless rounds, even.
It is.
2 flawless rounds in a row. Why not shake things up? I thought they got 1 kill over the 2 rounds. I was wrong.
They got to 24 HP. That's how far they got. It's scary to play against. Again, like last round, plan 0 was to check out the side. Oh, no electrification. Let's see if it can just breach straight up. Then the bandit comes in. A little bit of timing there to not lose the exothermic. And then they decide, okay, let's just find the one spot where they're not at and start forcing them back to site and start taking it. Just the adaptation out there to just instantly do that on the move. Again, such an important skill to have in a game like Siege. Adaptation is often what wins you championships.
The drone is ready to go.
Get it with your pure skill as well.
And having a good time.
And having a good time, yeah.
And
forget to have a
being
laugh.
happy. Who's the real winner here? Probably Scars. Oh, and the viewers. Ooh, they get themselves a bit of destruction. There is a dance with danger on towards electrical, but Monty is very quick to become the danger themselves. That won't slow them down too much. They step in, they've got these mirror windows to lean themselves in. The verticality is an important bit of territory. There's maybe less wiggle room for things that can be ignored here because the site is so central to everything. Really, it's buried right in the middle of the sort of ground floor. You have to get the vertical to achieve it. You can try some quick motions around on the sort of control room side and the cargo side, but
They're going to try anyway. This one of the one person that's downstairs is being tracked right now. Montaigne is slowly sneaking into the side. He's in, and now they're trying to push him and try and take him out. The fire is there. They're trying to get the plan down in the meantime as well. Tayo will be dropped by, though. A double kill on the back of that fire to come through. Now it's a 3-on-3. Well, effectively a 2-on-3 with 2 players injured, 1 on either side. It just very quickly exploded there.
Tayo is not easy to get back up. Unfortunately for them, Choppy is already back, already kicking again. Gonna have to try and trust that nobody's watching this. And oh, in fact, no, I thought Tayo went down inside. Okay, they are easier to get back up. 50 seconds of 4 versus 3. A cold kit, no Monty, who I said was sort of the crux factor of all of their approaches. This is what I meant by you need to get a bit more control. Nina gets the end of that Deimos. Remember, it's not just that Deimos can see, but they can tell what the opposition is. That's 2 kills, both of them coming from the same window at this point. But 25 seconds, you've got to get more than that gift. They have the vertical immediately above the kit. They have the player in the room with it as well, and the smoke is not dissipating any time soon. They're just going to try and throw themselves in. Nina takes a lot of damage. The Deimos just trying to charge their way down, but directly above them is, more importantly, the shutdown. 2 versus 2. Maverick's got the kit again. They take the vertical fight. They're going to find a pocket of space to plant in, but what they're doing right now is fishing at this point. Where is Rento? Doesn't matter. Lua gets 1 and 2. And Rento's there to let them get the defuse as well. To be fair, they earned it.
It's like you've done all the job there for the cleaning up. I'm going to be taking that one away from you. So 2-1. Managing to get back onto the scoreboard now. Slow that, well, double flawless round. It's definitely not something they will have enjoyed. But back towards the site now where, you know, they've lost. Potentially. Of course, there is another site they could attempt. Will they go for it now? Seems to be the top floor. And it was opened up very effectively. The only thing I'm thinking though is like, also seeing these replays. Last round, of course, we had the Maverick opening up and then the Buck destroying the Soft. But at the same time, you could have also, considering it's just a Bandit, and the Zofia down below, get the breach in from the window. They can no longer actually trick it that way. You can just go for the plant. It just depends on the rest of the plan as well, of course. Maverick being able to make those small kill holes and other reinforcements is always a scary thing to go up against.
2-1. On the surprise site, they make it happen. But there's this conversation that's had a lot about siege sites right now, and that the first pick, because it's so rehearsed, is often the one where teams will have the most success in their attack. Here, when you're a rehearsed team, maybe where they kind of find themselves in a preference. Shield is still up. They're not changing things. They're more than happy to still go for their standard approach. So maybe a bit of focus on the opposite end. Some connection towards jungle. Monty makes their way underneath, wanting to sweep up potentially towards top of blue.
They don't have a bug to open things up, but they do have a Bailiff beside a Nina. They could use to open up that wall. So I assume he's going to be called over to, you know, get the soft breach done. Or not. So it just opens up the other wall. Going to be holding off just in case anybody is over and on top there. Didn't get the anchor point on the left. Or right, I mean. There you go. Now up to the bottom part.
Left and right.
Yeah, left and right is confusing. Only Dutch after all. I
hold up my hands every time.
Yeah. Default cam. And now that can be opened up with the Bailiff. I'm not sure if they've opened up the main breach already.
Well, I think this is it. As I said, you know, they went for the plan A last time on towards IT. They got that open pretty quickly and moved it. The Deimos underneath, I think, is hunting for people. They want to get a scan on a player that's behind the pillar and then play against it. There it is. Look, they've got the shotgun prepped up. They're sort of saying, if we can get one scan, one ping on one of these players, we can play with this shotgun. We can open up these angles. We can put the pressure down. As soon as that game starts, though, you can expect a reaction from Crest. They want to make sure that when it does kick in, there's the reaction from Crest, that they're able to make the most of it. The flashes come out. Lua finds Nina, though. The electrical window player gone. Lua running out of IT, that area that they didn't entirely throw themselves into. They're kind of wanting some of the electrics gone on that wall as Taiyu is gone inside connector. At this point, this attempted clever play has unfortunately just netted, I'm not going to say disaster yet, but not the results they wanted.
You just see them fishing in like different areas, trying to find themselves with a kill somewhere. Deimos getting a little bit closer with the shotgun here. Also loses his life to Rento, though. And it looks like Crest able to bring this up towards a 2-2 now. It's only up to Fishlike and Wreck. He will find one for his efforts. Still doable, but 18 seconds is not a lot of time to work with here. Knows that one is around the corner, needs to get the punch, but there's no range for it. 4 people watching him now. Wreck, you have free play, actually, no longer, as your shield has fallen. A little bit of damage as the shotgun covers him off, but there it is. The equalizer, 2-2.
Seeing 3 players just charging at the Monty. And it being the situation of like, and then it goes to a 1 versus 1 on the other side. You're like, please help, help. I mean, they tried something specific. I think it's fair to say that that whole idea, if they've got the 2 players underneath, they're using the Monty to call out positions, they're trying to react with the shotgun. It felt like
Defenders, protect your bombs.
it's one of those ideas that it's a good idea on paper, it's a good idea if other things are coming together, but maybe put in that position a buck or something that can make quicker work. Soft, you were seeing them having to ping out both players that were sort of swinging the door of Electric, where they lost 1 player and then lost 1 on the run out of IT, and then they're also pinging the wall and the hard breach itself, and doing that job across both utility clearing and player clearing for just a Deimos with a shotgun. Again, nice idea on paper, but net the result. Back down to the basement, and I kind of want Scars to keep it a bit simpler here.
5 seconds left.
And last time it was a big rope around
Attackers are moving out
on
to
what they
locate a bomb
thought
and defuse
was
it.
the actual site. This time there's no denial, however, on the map. So there's going to be a free breach onto the actual site itself if they want to go for it. Peter Montaigne already running over towards one of the staircases. Probably going to be like a top-down approach. Buck already opening up into warehouse as well. And they see the reinforcements and they realize, okay, you know, there is people up here. We need to do that, the full clear now. So Monty just jumps in blindly. He's gonna face check everything. It's the luxury of a shield, and actually the Jackal track is gonna give them information on the Vigil. It's roaming around, but probably not good. Gonna be caught. There's no one in the area.
Oh, it's been a decent clear, and as you said, no one's in the area. But a minute to get themselves some control here on the top floor. Monty can't move fast. Think about the comparisons last time. We complimented them on the fact that Scars sort of rode off a lot of this play, didn't feel the need to chase it down, and here instead they're reacting towards it. Pulse is getting some of this intel from the 2 stories of destruction. Again, it's another shift to the plan. They don't think the quick motion is going to work, and with some damage being scraped through, they're asking for a bit of support here, but the player slips away via vending. Oh, and Wreck was watching and waiting there for the rotate of Arcully. Choppy does find Wishoy with the C4. The butt is gone. You know, we'd seen them get a lot of work done, not enough. It was that focus on utility. Jackal starts to track. This battle in towards the soft is about to get a bit spicy.
Still people around those top floors, or rather middle floors. I mean, there's only 2 people down on the site itself. This phone call's going to give away a lot of information as well. See the instant rotate to come through because they're acting on the back of it. It is Nina chasing with the SMG-33. There's one on the staircase. You heard him earlier. You managed to get a little bit of damage done and eventually the kill, but instantly the trade as Choppy just walks back up, shuts him down, brings us to a 3-on-3. Now we have 2 attackers on the top of the hatch. You have the Monty on the opposite side throwing out a flank drone just in case, and they just have to send it. 40 seconds. They cannot afford to lose another round now. They need to build this momentum as almost a team kill comes through.
I mean, threading the needle there. They break their way into the site finally. I love that Crest just keeps stepping back in, keep being problems. 5 and 3 HP across the 2 remaining players. And you're looking at least the C4 in the pocket of Eclair that they could try and thread here behind the pillar. There's the motion, there's the rip, there's the tear, and oh, there's not the catch. Great cover, but they can't get the plant secured. The pings are still coming through. Hot and heavy. There's Choppy finding one and leaving just Wreck alone. Crest. What a return to form. The first 2 rounds were a million miles away, and here they are refusing to give up ground.
And with that, they take the lead now in a very important situation. Still possible for the 3-3 split. Still think that would be decent on the side of Scars, but after those first 2 rounds, you mentioned it. Them still having only 2 rounds. Big turnaround.
Attackers need to locate
And big important factor as well.
bombs as they can.
And it's going to make things a lot more hard. Like we expected this one might have been done a lot quicker, and after rounds 1 and 2, it's going to be like, okay, yeah, no. You know, 7-2, 7-3 is probably very likely in this this kind of pace. But then it all just fell apart. And Crest is starting to see through those 2, you know, nifty maneuvers they did before. Is playing their cards closer to their chest in some situations.
10 seconds left.
I'll go back to that third tree site that we do not see very often.
To go.
Usually, you know, teams do like to go back to the basement or the top floor if they've lost either of those. Also, look at the amount of Goyo canisters, by the way, on the default plan. Because I think they're expecting Scars to go quick, to some extent, after basically losing out a couple of those rounds in a row.
Twitchstone was able to at least get 1 before it gets dropped out, but as you said, I mean, the thing about stacking a lot of those together, you're trusting specific things about an approach, and one of those is that they're playing with the Monty, right? If you roll a grenade or get a single explosive onto those, it's all done. If you're clever with the Twitchstone, you might be able to get some of it done as well, if not all if they're not paying attention, but as you said, the idea of playing quick here, the main man who can't do that is the Monty. Just like steps in, and you know, it's one of those things where I commented on it of, do we think Crest thinks it's something that they need to ban? Nope, they're going to stay on the Blitz, even though it's something that Scars depend on, but maybe they like that Scars depend on it. Maybe the fact that they know wherever the Monty is probably where the kit's going to be, and we're probably going to expect to see it. They're happy to step up against it on a team like Scars, who don't utilize it as aggressively as other teams. They step away, pull themselves back. They're just going to go for a bit of a retake here. They're not going to try and take the fights above the site. They hand the ground over. It's a bit of a risk, because now they have the full vertical watch onto the site, but you can still play this a little bit around it and underneath it.
A bomb has been located.
Big issue is, though, you only need a single person to hold off on Aquarium Stairs right now. Like, if you hold this, that was the way back up for them. No longer really have that into their arsenal. Choppy will find the first, though. Nina to drop. Oh, the trade to come through. Is that... Oh, for a second, I thought the shield died there as he swapped in the middle of the actual gunfight. But he lives. And it's back on a 4-4. And they have that top floor under control, even though Mira is trying to at least get a little bit back. Ooh.
Ooh, there's the cut of 1. There's the trade right back. Lua consistently has been able to get themselves a player causing problems over the past couple of rounds, especially. It leaves a Monty and 2 friends in this position. The kit's been changed hands. They're going to trust instead that the Monty can hold the front and let the plant be secured by someone else, because that connection is the danger. The work being done above sort of heralds where it's going to be put and played together. That's what Monty's doing. As I said, he's just filling that gap. For sure he gets 1 more. The smoke canister forces a bit of the motion, but with the plant being confirmed, unfortunately, a little bit late to the party here. Very irritating, distracting Monty. Forces him into the fire, or tries to. Clever idea, but... Sitting around, and there's Monty. Late to see.
It's just a bit of cyberbullying in a 1v1 like that. It's like you're not going to come out on top. Especially because the shield has a melee priority as well. So if you both knife around the same time, shield's always going to come out on top. Oh, they managed to lock it in with a 3-3. Pretty convincing round as well. Using the Monty to shepherd out those players from the top floor, and after that, just having that control. And for a second there, I was afraid because I saw someone moving into the warehouse area, but that was being watched with vertical angles, so no worries there at that time. See it again, like just walk right into it. Surprised he lived that long facing the 417 though.
Nice.
Now the Monty's being brought back by their opponents, and that was just something you could wait for. That was just going to happen at any point. It is such a strong operator.
10 seconds to go.
you'd almost be crazy to not use it.
5 seconds to go.
3-3.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
Again, you wouldn't really have expected it, especially after the first 2 rounds. Now is the test. Everything that I've talked about of the extension of space, everything about the application of the team on towards the site. I'm not going to say Lua has gifted them a couple of rounds, but his fight has been huge. Arcully is suffering second map curse again. They had a great first map yesterday and then just couldn't really get off the ground on the second. Same thing here. Lua leading on the shield is the demonstration, but there's a clash to make friends with and the swing around the side. But look to your right, Bandit. There's a bit of a reinforced wall that's being popped open. You cannot stick around too long. Good use of the Maverick and good reaction there from Scars. They tried to dabble dangerously, but got out before they got forced out.
Still keeping the pressure up. That wall being opened up is just so awkward to play around, by the way. Keepers make it a lot harder as well. Mercenary Terrors to be used in destroying them. Gives them an opportunity to start putting up some extra pressure onto the mezzanines. And you're not going to win that fight, Montagne, against the Clash, because they can just continue zapping you. Completely blinded, though. Forced to fall back into the previous site. Don't want to risk that whilst you can't see. And that's also a way to deal with the Monty. You just zap him to death slowly. And swear at him.
Clash saw a second there to get rid of that air jab, did it, and then pulled back immediately into the position. It forces a bit of the gadgetry to be utilized here, and they might not have any more spare to get that easy catch that they could have otherwise been able to put together. There's some coverage, there's an angle, they're watching and waiting, hoping to get the Clash. She's still dancing and deliberating, but there needs to be pressure elsewhere, whether up towards the top of Blue, whether up towards IT and Rafters, which is maybe a bigger ask here, because as much as this breach is being done, unless you have someone prodding the back, they have no reason to show it to you. You can see a bit of motion working its way underneath as well. Rek is still happy with the C4 to keep some of this control. There is
No C4.
a little bit of droning and approach, and I did see Arcully go for a rotate. I'm not sure where they've ended up, but Monty's gone wider and wider. They've opted for the IT width here. Again, still no reason to show their backs towards the other fight.
Just waiting. They know that there's someone having to come behind that Montaigne, and as Rek gets the very first kill from the flank, as I was expecting to as well to go with it. It's only up to the Montaigne now. He gets shot in the back. Rento, the last man standing. That's one for his efforts. This was almost a new flawless round to come through. But instead, time will just tick down, and Scars will take their first attacking win, a defensive win, and put themselves up 4-3 on map 2. And I think that the Clash worked wonders there. It just stalled them down for so long. They had openings. It's not like they didn't have the openings they needed. It's just that they weren't able to push through. They were just being forced back or forced to stay in place. And whereas you might have seen Crest struggle a little bit dealing with the Montaigne when they were defending, the answer, Scars, was, you know, let's just bring the Clash and just basically stun him to death. Force him to retreat. And then when they have the man advantage, of course, you can just play the trade game on the Montaigne. Might get one. He's never going to get both of you.
Crest, just a bit crestfallen there, stuck. Not being able to find a way to shake and shimmy and spin the defenders around. They were happy to sort of fall. I mean, think how late those keepers were being tested inside IT, and that they could turn their back and sprint out of IT door without someone trying to trade against it. In the meantime, the flank is happening on the opposite side. You have a Nomad, you have air jabs. I'm not saying they're going to entirely make that solution, you know, one. It's not fixed. But you have everything to at least shut down some of that play. There's the breach being put together, and there's great use of a bandit. Just behind the wall, gets the touch onto the first, and I mean, it's a mistake, but you still have enough. There's the hit to stop that happening again, but it can also be popped open. You can try and loop an explosive if you've got one in your pocket close by. They have a couple of impacts, a couple of C4s if they really want to try and dedicate it towards keeping that wall theirs. Meantime, the rest of the clear is coming through. We might be about to have our first fight here on the kitchen corridor. The Monty will be the lead-in, though. And as the position gets slightly revealed, not actually giving them anything further. A lot of pressure onto Kitchen. This is the hope, but meets a Monty, sees a sliver of a fight, but everyone's able to escape standing.
And that Montaigne is about to be walking into like another crossfire situation again, as he's, you know, having a bunch of verticality below him. There's one on the staircase. I believe one was still around. Yeah, you see some of the outlines on the different staircases. Is there any C4s? Just one on Tayo. And one more impact to use as well. So for now, not really feeling safe to move through. Mirror window be set up. That is a weird one, right? Yeah, no. You're gonna get your feet taken out of that one, and that's exactly what happened. Now they have the opportunity to move through.
Well, not that door at least. Not for 20 seconds until they can get that cleared away and start pushing on. They're still looking towards the site. They're still looking at that pocket, and yeah, there's another one that they can try and delay. Arcully does get Nina. Sure, you've got to activate soon, mate. There's a 2 versus 5 that's happening on towards the site itself. They're doing the best to hold out, and you can be a big impact, but you need to have that impact. There is Arcully. Caught out as the watch. There's another canister pop. Look at Monty's health. Absolutely ripped away from them. A bit too long to get out. Maybe caught on the doorway. Huge gout of damage done. Which, when you're looking at smoke canisters now, you're thinking, okay, this is very doable. As a deny, Fishlight can play against this. 30 seconds. Monty is going to have to travel a bit of a distance to really draw attention away from maybe anything here, but they're not going to be very quick. The Lion suffers this time round. They're going for the plant right in the middle of the room. Clever idea. If only they knew. If only they knew. Too little, too late. And, well, they do get the Monty. They're fighting for the vertical control as well. Lion does go down, but it's a post-plant in a little bit of a dangerous zone. The Monty, actually, survived for a second. It was the Lion that went down. Then, quick, back up. Now, they have to watch outside. This is that worry here. It's for one ping. You assume the swing's going to come round, and there it is. Trade comes out. They played it very well. They have the attention on the back of vending. They've got to go for it. They're going for the defuse. The motion's coming. They've opted to chase instead of the vertical watch. Do they have time?
He does. This... It was 7.18. I'm pretty sure that he has this.
Woo!
He does. That was so close. Woo! By a thread.
It couldn't have been closer.
7.18 is when he started.
It could not have been closer. My word. If he had a worse keyboard, he would have lost that. That's how close it was.
Yeah, but I mean, that is true. Like, if you have a keyboard with a bit of a slower response rate, or, you know, you had a bit of lag at that moment in time, that could have been the end of that. That is super close. Also, all of them have like 9 ping. I'm jealous. Tactical timeout. Crest. That was a round that was almost theirs. They managed to push on through. Wasted all the utility. Monty barely lived. They opened up that mirror window. That was actually a pretty key thing, but they managed to trade it out just in time.
I mean, as close as it could possibly get. The gamble there of Crest as well to plant in the middle of the room. They had the 2-body advantage. They lost the flank watch. They had to activate because if they waited any longer, then they probably would have found themselves entirely without an advantage. Obviously, the player outside the wall not being able to get in, not having that breach confirmed, having just a mirror window. The way Scars played that, saying, look, you tuck by, we'll trade my life. We've got to.
Something around 7.18.
Well, there it is.
0.37 or something? I don't know.
And I think I saw 2. As close as you like. 5-3, but for the fact that we're 2 rounds away from this being a 2-0, the fact that we started this map with 2 flawless rounds from Scars, Crest are fighting.
heading out to defuse a bomb.
Definitely are. And probably more than people might have expected. Still, they're on the back foot and there's still a lot of ground to make up, but we've seen them do that before. The Montaigne will be yet again locking horns with the Clash. That last round might have also been reason why they're re-picking up that Clash now, because of the fact that they couldn't stop the Montaigne until, like, they've used all the utility. So they just know that this works effectively, so they might just, you know, use the Clash specifically for that. Oh, the drone stopped me there. That was impressive.
Now the Clash is just having a look, having an idea, feeding this information back. The Thermite isn't going to throw themselves immediately into this fight. They don't have anything that they want to just drop onto it. They'll see if there's any cover and support and make sure that things are cemented. Again, they have Rento with the Nomad air jabs. We did see them suffer on the rotation round before. See if they can try and maybe get this a little bit more cemented, potentially get themselves a bit more confident. Ooh. There's more pressure onto a Clash. They are being a little bit risky here, but also as long as they're secure with somebody behind them, so nobody's gonna pop in towards the bottom of cargo, then a bit safe to play cafeteria hallway. There's also a chance of vertical angles above them that aren't being offered to them yet.
Arjeb's going to keep them at bay. He's not going to be able to move until one of their teammates takes care of it. I think Washoy was in a position to maybe do that, but currently engaged in the fight outside. Nina will find the first kill as the push to shove is in sight now. They're trying to get that diffuser down deep into sight as kills are happening on either side.
Everything's blind and exploding inside, and with Lua getting one, and then sort of back and forth, we come towards the 3 versus 3, but you think about the hard breach being gone, and now the Monty as well. Huge risk attempt there from Lua, and they just could not cement it on the far end, leaving just Rento alive. Both big shields gone. Just the shooting gallery they got to enter from. The kit is all the way up. They know about the one player hopped up. Fortunately, couldn't get the cemented thing. Scars. 1 round away. Putting themselves in the final.
Let's do or die for Crest now. They've used their tactical timeout. There's no more of that. They have to sort this themselves now. 3 opportunities for Scars to lock this off. That means they need to have 3 attacks without too much issues. The Clash again to be brought out. Of course, we're headed towards the top floor. It's very effective out there. He was shy, by the way. Beautifully played. Decided to go for the legs as soon as they unshielded. Don't want to wait until he gets too close. You need to keep that distance. You need to take every single opportunity you have to deal some damage to Montaigne.
Scars should be able to push this over, but should has been the story of today, and Crest have been the ones that have been very close to changing at the end of that. There is still chance here for a team that against odds is putting more pressure on the top team in the region than anybody else really has outside of that one best of one day that they lost. But here, locked in. See if they can just try and find some of that energy. A couple of steps away from success. Times. Last round, things got very dicey, very aggressive on an unknown entity here. Pulled out by the roam round. Adds on, no shield behind it. They're going to try and push themselves in, put some pressure onto that Clash.
Opening will be made on the wall, and that's going to force Tayo to fall back just a little bit. Suddenly there's multiple angles you're vulnerable from. Kind of playing and it looks like directing the bandit around on where to be. Might have even indicated like you might want to drop hatch soon. Like, you know, it's an opportunity that we have there. Of course, playing with that Clash, you can also guide C4s from below. Just tell them exactly where they were. Ping. even just stop them from moving out as one of the C4s comes out. It's not actually going to reach anything. That gives them an opportunity to start moving. It's going to be an instant Selma with EMP. Is going to be bandit tricked, however. That one will be removed. There is going to be one more Selma and one more EMP impact to try and attempt that.
Spray round, a delicate fight. Claire wins it out, takes care of Wreck. The Clash is sort of filling in the role of a wall here, but this is that point of the danger can always come from behind you. Whatever makes the Clash turn is your strongest sort of ally in a situation against them. So that comes here from a bit of wiggle room on towards IT, a bit of width on towards electrical. Ina's locked and ready to roll. Gap is wider. Still need to put this pressure on though for the plant.
45 seconds. Maverick on IT is just holding off for any of the rotations as soon as site does get taken, which means it's a 4-on-4 effectively on the side. Ace gets slowed down, but will be able to get the injure. I believe it was Rento as well, pushing in close. Luo will find another response. It's only up to Fishlike now, as Tayu will fall in his 1v4. He doesn't get very far. Curly shuts him down. And it's round 1 of 3 that Crest needs to fend off if they want to push this to overtime and get us to a map number 3. Twice more now. They need to survive.
A great start. Flawless. A drive-through, a response. Everything was procedural. Nothing was stressed. They seemed keenly aware of what Scars wanted to do, and they're able to dismantle it step by step.
Nice.
Oh, it wasn't a flawless. Lure went down, but that was at the very end. I'll give them the emotional flawless.
They need it after suffering 2 and almost having a 3rd one against them.
Think about how close this round was last time. Think about them getting 2 bodies as the advantage, and it coming down to the wire physically, the wire width-wise on that defuse.
No Monte, no. Deciding to not bring it. Actually go for full guns this time round. How effective will that be?
Best round they've played so far was no Montaigne.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
See, now 2 rounds separate you, Crest, from getting yourself into OT. It was very close on border. How neck and neck this series has been. Now this breach was a problem last time round with the mirror. This time there won't really be anything that stops it. Wreck is out and about an adventure. Again, the Ram game wasn't anything that netted them decent results last time. They were shut down, they were too exploratory, too exposed by the end of it. They want to draw some attention, sure. They don't want to draw death. Single sort of reinforcement here. Just on the server side.
The hatch is unsafe for Washoy now with the verticalities that have been opened up. It's to be moving out very quickly there. Some breaches over the top floor have gone through. The side was also opened up by Thermite earlier, so they don't have to worry about that anymore. It's just about clearing the roamers, clearing the top floor, clearing the first floor, and then starting to push in. Little Goyo canisters, of course, placed on that one door like we saw before. It's due to the fact that if there is another Monty, it's in the best position out there. But as Eclair goes down, as the diffuser dropped under some verticality, that's going to be causing quite some carefulness. If you want to pick that one back up, never mind, Choppy already did it, just ran over, got it. But they're definitely still challenging. And that entry, does not favor Crest whatsoever.
I mean, that's it, right? Claire's gone, they've lost their ace, they've lost this entry, they're still looking a bit lost on the top floor, and there's only just over a minute left. They're trying to work out where they want to put their air jabs to control the space, but at this point, the space is entirely drifting away from them. There's still a bit of pressure here around the top of Cargo. They're going wider and wider. They're happy to play themselves on the lead-in through on the pressure. They put that over the chance on the rotate. But the door is still active. They can swing onto the other side of control room. They want to hit this hatch, but as soon as they do, without dealing with what's around them, they're just going to be closed down, and the castle gives them so much room. Wishoy finds Lua. And now, as the 3 remaining Crest players, the remaining hope of continuing this series drops to only 2. It's Arcully and Rento to try and piece this back together. 30 seconds, damage from above. They have no map control. They have no diffuser in pocket. They have no eyes on sight, and one of them isn't even in the building. At this point, this is, I think, the end. Scars find it. A 2-0. And don't let that last round deceive you. It wasn't as one-sided a series as you would have thought. It was a great fight from Crest, but a great fight is all they can carry through onto the LCQs.
And they'll play a third place decider tomorrow. Of course, will be important for SI points, but also for some of that prize money, which could always be life-changing for these players, of course. There's going to be Scars that is once again going to try and find themselves in a final, or they will find themselves in a final where they try and qualify themselves for the major.
I mean, alright, this is kind of what we wanted. Scars, kind of what we expected from Scars, but is it that Crest pressed them, or did Scars sort of underperform? Let's ask Rob.
Did I do it again? Did I hit the expectation of what you thought I'd bring it back with? I don't know.
Yo-Yo was good.
Yeah,
It's up there.
Like a yo-yo, you know what I mean? Look, I think that Crest have done what they needed to there. I don't think Scars necessarily underperformed. Sure, there are some things that they could clean up, but I think I want to stick in the camp of Crest just being more impressive than I thought they were going to be in this series. Yes, as you said, Emmy, it's a 2-0, but don't get it twisted. Crest was still in every single round in most of the conversation for both maps, Border and Labs. Unfortunately for Border, there were just small rounds that just spiraled out, and I mean that's how we got here with a clean 2-0. So kudos to Scars. They do what they need to do. They do what you expect the best team in the region to do, even when they might be a little rattled. Don't expect it to be as close as what it was. They still do exactly what is required of them, which, you know, a clean 2-0, you don't really need to say too much about that. Hap, I do want to ask you, for that second map in particular, that first half, I think going 3-3 on your attack first half can really spiral a team. Do you feel as though maybe that's where Crest has lost this?
I think those first 2 rounds are important things to look at, and not that the game was over after those 2, but that was just 2 rounds where they had absolutely nothing to say about what was going on in the game. They managed to, you know, put up a pretty decent first fight, like stall them out on where they initially wanted to approach from, and Scars just found a way around and just pushed that instead, and there was no pressure whatsoever, and they get the entire site. Those 2 rounds, if that was more contested, you know, you might have won one of them, and in that case we would have been to overtime potentially now. So it's important to take those 2 into account.
Yep.
And basically show that every round counts.
I mean, this will kind of tell the picture a little bit better than what we could even put it. It was a close series. You know, you look at things like cost. Yes, like the problem is 6% is actually quite a drastic change in terms of, you know, Crest being on the lower end of that, because it is very difficult to always be competitive in these rounds. But the fact that it's so close in that respect, the rating as well, you're only 12 off. Genuinely, I think that Crest have actually outperformed most expectations here. Lua had an unbelievable series, right? Going 19-16 against the best and most dominant team that you have in the entire ecosystem for Japan. That is nothing short of impressive. Then when you talk about, you know, like your Ninas, your Fish Likes, your Shoys, I mean, really across the board for me, it's probably difficult to really look at the conversation in a head-to-head and say that it was a competitive match, Emmy, when you just kind of look to the performance of the team overall as Scars. Like, they really only had Tayu, who was maybe a little quieter, and the reason being hard support, right? You're on the Monty, you're on the Clash, you're on the Maverick. Like, you don't get as many opportunities as the rest of your team. And you kind of go to look at the cost of that discussion there. 71% cost on Tayu for what was, the next highest is 67%. I think that kind of sums up why you don't always need to be fragging out to have a huge impact. But overall, Emmy, a clean game from Scars, a clean series from Scars, and it's just nice to see that Crest is staying competitive in these matches.
Huge plant game. And I think that's the thing I sort of took off the border and brought onto here, and then we saw it here as well, is that they had a plan for an objective, and they tried to play it every single time. They tried to run it every single time. They were leading with the Monty. They were getting themselves in, and that was just a game that, unfortunately, Crest could not get their hands on in the same way. They just couldn't get things converted. They were good at getting entries, and then things would fall away from them. They were competitive in the gunfights, but that objective play was just one step too far away from them today.
Yeah, it certainly was. We always look for standout players. Lua, for me, standout player for Crest. However, the series MVP, I don't know if you can give it to anyone else. Nina, just doing what Nina does best. I mean, you look back to a lot of the performances we've seen from this player over the last 6 months, and genuinely, in most of the critical matches, there'll be a standout player. Nina has just been phenomenal in playoffs, in best of ones. It doesn't really matter. It's just an overall impact from a player that is on the best team. And there's always a discussion, Hap, and I'm kind of going to transition away from this graphic now, just kind of talk about, dominant teams. We see it really in every single region. Generally, the best player is on the best team. However, is it because they're the best player, or is it because they're the best team?
It's usually a bit of a mix, right? Because good teams enable good players to play even better. But you also need to be a good player to be able to be enabled. So it's like it goes hand in hand. You cannot, if you stick Shaiko on a tier 4 team, for example, of course he's still going to be fragging out, but he's not going to be as effective as he would be with the support structure that BDS offers him around him.
Yeah.
So it's important to have both those in balance.
Wow, I didn't even realize. I just went very quickly to have a look at how the kind of stage ended up for a lot of the players. Nina was 136 EPS across all games. Like, that's just...
Woo.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, that really goes
That's
to
wild.
that compounds what Hap's saying in terms of, it's not always just one, but generally it's both. It's a good team structured with a player who can do that. That's what you end up seeing. Let's very quickly have a look at how the discussion finishes for the rest of the day, because that's both our semi-finals done and dusted, wrapped up with a nice little bow. 2 clean 2-0s here, Emmy.
Yeah, one how we thought, one how we didn't think,
Yeah.
and I think that makes for a kind of exciting game tomorrow. Will it be competitive? I don't know. But kind of not on Scars, really. It's Kinotrope's day to prove that today wasn't just a sort of accident, wasn't just a tag not performing. It was Kinotrope stepping into the challenge ahead of them. They've got I would say, a bigger challenge now, and if they surmount this, imagine them being the first seed, the first team that goes to Japan, from Japan to the major.
It could be incredible. It could absolutely be. It could be one of the storylines of the bloody stage. Well, I mean, actually, yeah, regionally, it could be one of the best storylines. I don't know, maybe I'm just starting to dig too deep here, but I really love the way we've seen Kinotrope develop over the last 6 to 12 months. Originally, we were like, oh, it's just the meta. That's why Kinotrope are playing well. Well, no, they've done it across the entire year now, and they continue to stay competitive in these really serious matchups, which I think is a hallmark of a great team in the future. I genuinely believe that Kinotrope could become one of, if not the best team in Japan as we head into 2025. God only knows what we're going to see when we start to progress toward the new year. But for tomorrow, these are how the matches will pan out. We've got CAG and Crest for the first matchup, which is technically a third place match. Now, I think the difference between third and fourth place is about $4,000 USD. So again, I think Hap said it throughout the cast. That's pretty significant for some of the players. Not only that, a little bit of extra SI points, and then on top of that, the last chance qualifier seeding for next week, which will be quite critical. You do want to go in there with the best possible seed. That will allow you to do so if you win that match. And then, of course, the grand final. To close things out, we send a team from Japan direct to Montreal. Kinotrope or Scars. Hap, we've all got our favorites in that one. There's no two ways about it.
I think most of the people will actually be ready for Scars to take that matchup with a win. But if Kinotrope plays like they played today, I think there is definitely a potential for like a long 3-mapper for that one.
God only knows. God only knows. Let's have a look at the quick predictions. I mean, is God real? Let's not get there. Let's talk about the predictions. Look at that. Tell you what, I'm on a streak. I'm on an absolute streak, and I'm not even going to hold back. I haven't missed in the playoffs. I don't miss. Emmy, 60% in playoffs. What's going on?
Yeah. You know, I don't want to. I like it to be exciting tomorrow. Statistically, I don't think I could beat you or catch you at this point. But I might be able to come in second, and that's good enough for me.
Yeah,
You could catch.
I'm a runaway train.
How could I catch?
We could even.
Because you've missed two
become
predictions. There's 2 games tomorrow. If Manic gets both wrong, you get both right.
Yeah, but Manic's
Both.
done 5, I've done 3. What?
No, this is correct. The amount you have correct.
even. You can catch, you can't beat.
Silly system.
Yeah, I'm just going to wait to see what you predict tomorrow and just predict the same thing, so it doesn't matter what happens,
Right.
I end up winning. See, that's really smart football there. Have any thoughts on the semi-finals to close out tonight?
I mean, I agree. I think everybody expected Scars to win. Also, everybody would have expected Kang to win. Just they kind of dropped the ball, and we said it before. Like their own worst enemy is themselves, and that kind of showed again today.
It certainly did. Emmy? I can't.
Yeah, I mean, it was good performances all around. Why do you stop giving him an underbite or an overbite? It was good performances all around, and I think tomorrow might be some surprise factors. I think it'll probably go Scars' way, but who knows?
Who knows? Who knows? It is Rainbow Six, just that little old game that we love so much. Thank you very much for joining us here for the semi-finals. We'll be back tomorrow, sending a team to Montreal from Japan. So please make sure that you tune in. We'll catch you then.
Choc-les, ouais, choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère